What's up, fellas and ladies? Hopefully, everybody's doing good. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate y'all. Sorry for the delay. Unfortunately, you got things planned, you have everything set. Life is supposed to be a certain way. I was supposed to wake up at 9 a.m., take care of some errands, then give myself a little time to do what I got to do for the show and everything. It wasn't one of them days, man. I stood up late watching that Knick game. Then I watched a movie. That was a bad choice. Watching that movie kind of took me over the edge. Yeah, man. So hopefully everybody's doing okay. Uh, got my morning coffee. Gotta have it. See, this is the key right there. It says I drink coffee for your protection, and that's a fact. Fact. Thank you guys once again. Appreciate y'all. I'll tell you one thing, man. These Knicks, man. These Knicks. I don't know what to say, guys. These Knicks, it's rough. It is El Ruffio. I got to speak a different language to describe what I see with these Knicks. Let me make sure I have up what we have what went on last night as far as these Knicks, because we got to touch on that real quick early. You know what I mean? Because that was rough, guys. That was rough. Make sure that's good to go. Man, what a man. I know. As Knick fans, we've seen dark days, but let me tell you, you know what I mean? Woo! All you can do is laugh. I mean, what can you do? What can you really do, man? This is it's tough, man. Knicks just find ways. They find ways. Boy. Well, anyway, I don't want to hold everybody up. Thank you guys for tuning in once again. Happy to be able to wake up on this Saturday morning. Hopefully, y'all are appreciative as well. The weather is, if you're on the East Coast, today the weather is kind of, I think it's going to be 40s, like low 40s. But tomorrow it's supposed to be around 60 degrees. And then Monday it's going to be around 65 or something like that. Maybe rainy or whatever, but I'll take it. I'm starting to be at that point where I'm kind of sick of the cold weather. So we need a little warmth on our side. And pretty soon in a couple of weeks, we'll be able to change the time. So there'll be more sunlight in the daytime. Then the weather will get warm. We'll be out here wearing t-shirts again, having some fun. They're lifting a lot of the restrictions with regards to the mask and other things. So, hopefully, I don't want to even say that things are getting better. This is just the par for the course, right? We get into spring, into summer, they lift the restrictions, where people have fun, they get wild, they get it all out their system. Then they hit us with the whammy again. Then we got the mask back on, but we're still having some limited fun. And then the winter hits and everything gets shut down. So, that's what it is right now. So, all right, fellas and ladies, once again, let's just get into the intro. We'll come back and we'll talk about some stuff with these Knicks, and then we'll get into this draft stuff. I like it. All right. Yes, we are back. We are back. I don't know why I'm so enthusiastic right now. Why do I have this energy after what I saw last night? I don't know. Guys. I don't know. Let me drop this. drop this here. Boom. Okay. First off, before we get into anything, salute to the chat. Salute to y'all watching. Appreciate y'all. Bodega Wi-Fi's in the building. Tricky Nicky's in the building. Rich Boy's in the building. Ashley Inc. Blorange Tears is in the building. What's up, Uncle Freezy? Julian Blum is here. What's going on? Kaiser Sose 718's in the building. Agent Super Argo's in the building. Nick Gas, the Oracle's in the building. Interesting. I guess he came in the building just to hate. Look at him. Why is he late? Very unprofessional. Well, thank you for tuning in, because, you know, I need my haters in the chat too. Appreciate you, because you are definitely a hater. Let's see here. Yeah. Dead on arrival. Nice. I like him. He's good. I don't think the Knicks fire Tibbs. I think they bring him back. Okay, Kaiser Soze, I see you. Andrew K is in the building. Wacko in Brooklyn's in the building. Naruto Goku's in the building. 19 Con Man is in the building. Geraldine McIver. What's going on, Geraldine? Eli M is in the building. L Serby's in the building. What's going on? Tat Face. What's happening, brother? Rick V. D is balling is in the building. Felipe 210 is in the building. Yeah, JJ's in the building. What's going on, y'all? Appreciate y'all. Thank you for tuning in. The Public Enemy is in the building, folks. Thank you guys once again. Appreciate y'all. Now let's just put that there real quick. You guys see what it says. It is what it is, man. You know what I mean? I feel like Dave Chappelle, when Dave Chappelle says one of those jokes that are so obvious, and then you think he's going to hit you with a punchline and just hit you with, you know what I mean? Like Knicks lose 115-114 on a buzzer beater by Cam Johnson. You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? I don't know what to say. Yeah, it is what it is, guys. But what I will say is I had a huge feeling that the Knicks were going to win this game. Let me get my man in here real quick. Hey. He clicking clacking away over there.
Well, yo, my bad. What's up, yo?
No. I figured, you were clicking and clacking away. That's okay. It's all right.
What's going on, Ron? How's everything?
Chilling, bro. Chilling. I just didn't want to. I was talking about, what happened with the game last night. I figured, I'll get your take on it too while I'm doing that. Just because I got to touch on it.
Yeah.
Knicks just find a lot of ways to sabotage themselves, man. I had a feeling. I said last night, I think I even mentioned it to Freezy. I thought that the Knicks were gonna win the game. Okay. Because I just something about, losing so many games to tough teams and bad matchups, and then playing a team that's undermanned, that doesn't have all the sum of all their parts, even though, Phoenix is a really good team. I just felt like the Knicks had an advantage. They had some power on their side with Julius. I was right, and Julius got busy. Like, he was abusing them.
Yeah, his first good game in a while. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the problem is, what the hell is that? I don't know. It's the ghost. Maybe it's the ghost of Julius. He's like, oh, don't talk about me. Problem is, he can't stay out of his own way, man. He's an emotional roller coaster, this guy, bro. If there's ever a game where I want to blame Julius for the loss, I'm sorry, this is it. Because they had an advantage. I think they were up 11 or 13 at the time where he got tossed with the double technicals.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just bad, man. Like, and he gave them that mismatch that they needed to be able to sustain the victory if they were going to win. Once he went out the game, They just seem like a regular old vanilla team. And then you got a team where RJ just couldn't buy a basket. I mean, he shot really bad. He was struggling. So I don't know. What do you think about it, bro?
Okay, so just to examine a couple of things first. Shout out to Foxy. He sent me an article that was said about Julius Randle calling out the whole team defensively, and we couldn't help ourselves but just die laughing of laughter because he's literally one of our worst defensive players on the team. So it would be very strange of him to do that. And then we had just finished watching film from the Philadelphia games of him playing porous defense throughout the whole time. So what business of him does he have to call out anybody defensively? That's number one. Number two, your next game after you do that, you go ahead and get ejected with 3 minutes left after playing your best basketball that you played in probably about a week or two. Yeah, great leader, bro. That just abandons their teammates because of that. Because Cam Johnson, that's like half your size, pushed you in your back. You got to grow tough. Here's other things last night. Emmanuel Quickly, please stop playing the point guard. I'm begging the universe to have Emmanuel Quickly stop playing the point guard. Okay. Also, Cam Reddish has a good fourth quarter. He's getting to the cup with ease. You saw how RJ was having difficulty with Mikal Bridges and that length, right? And Jay Crowder and all that, right? Not Cam.
Right.
Cam was getting to spots whenever he wanted. And you know what our great coach does? He takes him out. Who does he take him out for? Evan Fournier. That did Jack Diddley in the fourth quarter. So, yeah, it is a bit of us, but it's also decisions that are made as well. Mitchell Robinson outplayed DeAndre Ayton last night.
Yeah, he did.
He looked like a force. I wish that's the version of Mitch I could see every night. But don't get it twisted, though. RJ did give him 2 to 3 lob opportunities. Yeah. You see, and when you start doing that, you start getting Mitch's grinds gearing. You see? He gave him a nice flick pass across the lane. See, when you do that for Mitch, now Mitch wants to play defense. Now he wants to play everybody. Now he's grabbing you 6-7 offensive rebounds. It's not rocket science.
I agree with you, brother. The other thing that I think this worked. Obviously, I feel like the Knicks recognize this, and I know RJ must have recognized it because it happened multiple times. Even using in the fourth quarter when they were using RJ's aggressiveness to the rack, and RJ couldn't buy a bucket. I think the Knicks at some point, once you see it happen a couple times, and RJ sees it, he's like, "Listen, I just got to get to the rim. I got to throw it up, and hopefully it goes in. But if it don't go in, Mitch is beating his man every time to the spot so he can get that offensive putback, because it was working so well. It almost seemed like a design play, which I know it wasn't, because he's supposed to hit the shot. But the fact is, even if he misses, like Mitch was commanding that spot so well that you could have basically called that. Listen, let me just throw it up to the rim. Mitch got it. That's the layup. We get our 2 points because it was working so well. It's a shame that RJ was just so cold, man. Have RJ maybe, been a little bit on, he was really off, they still probably would have had a good chance to win because he missed a lot of shots. But I still, man, this was tough. And, there's one play that everybody, the Knicks community, is in an uproar about. I know you saw it because you watch these things. Did you see the play where Evan Fournier came into the game, right? And he had, was it RJ? Shoot, now I'm forgetting. It's been a while. Now I don't know if it was RJ or Julius in the corner, wide open. And he called him off, and he shot the ball, and it was an air ball.
It was an air ball.
He just came off the bench. Like, what is going on here, man?
Yeah.
Like,
the inmates are running the asylum. That's what's going on. Because there's no rhyme or reason to this.
Dude.
And keep in mind, they didn't have Booker. They didn't have Chris Paul. DeAndre Ayton only had 6 points. And, I'm glad we didn't get the victory because it betters our draft stock, right? But it just kind of shows you how dysfunctional this team is, where, prime opportunities like that are still not seized and taken advantage of. You have your leader on the team that gets suspended, knowing that if you're pushing for a play-in, like this team keeps on promoting they are, this would be a must-win game. Because now that you lost yesterday and Atlanta won, now you're 5.5 back. And mathematically, it's getting worse and worse. And before you know it, probably by the end of next week, we're probably going to be out of it.
Yeah,
doesn't make sense.
I mean that's that's it. Like that says it all, brother. That says it all. Like you know what I mean. What we're dealing with right now, Hewlett Samuel said, "We are cursed." You know what? You could add a little bit to it because some funky stuff happens. Like, how can you have a game where everything is going well? You're playing to like, I wouldn't say the best of their ability, but they were playing really good basketball. And Julius was cooking. Whenever you get a game where Julius is cooking out the gate, man, something's going on. This guy had 25 points and 7 rebounds in the beginning of the third quarter. And then he gets a double technical and ejected. Man, dude, you can't make this stuff up.
No, you can't. And then on top of that, and you know, for the first time in weeks, he looked like engaged defensively. You know, like he was there, he was closing out, he was fighting over screens. Like, so I think it's just a matter of him not being able to control himself. Because now, because you play at a high level, now your emotions is also at a high level too of something where you can't control. I'm saying you're a 27, 28-year-old man. You have to get that under control. Forget about the basketball.
Yeah, man. I think we gotta definitely figure out the best way to to, you know, I guess look at some of our talent and give them more minutes and see what they can do. I think one positive is Cam looked pretty good in certain spots in that game. Like we couldn't get a basket and RJ didn't have it. Cam was looking pretty good getting to the lane and getting what he wanted. You can tell that he can do this whenever he wants to if given the opportunity.
Agreed.
He has to drive himself and push himself, but he can do it.
I mean, it was effortless though.
Right.
It was effortless.
He's smooth, man. He's smooth. The other thing is we saw Deuce. What do you think about that?
It was nice to see him. And that's all I got to say about that. Because guess who was handling the basketball most of the time when he was on the court?
Right. And that's the thing. Yeah. Continue.
Oh, yeah. And I was just saying that there was about 2 or 3 times. I didn't take my notes for last night's game, but there was about 2 or 3 times where Emmanuel quickly literally took about, I'll say anywhere from about 8 to 10 seconds off the shot clock. And just him looking for his shot while everybody's standing there watching him. Like, Emmanuel, you're not that guy, bro. You're not that dynamic wing player or this sharpshooter that can take that much of the clock. And it's just crazy how Randall lets it happen, Barrett lets it happen, Tom Thibodeau lets it happen, the whole coaching staff lets it happen. Like, it's unexplainable to me. So, yeah, it was good to see Deuce play some defense. I already know he's going to play 94 feet. I already know he's going to be disruptive. But we kind of want to see what he does in actions of an offense as well. But the problem is that when we do see him, he's out there with IQ that doesn't believe in running the actions of the offense. IQ's looking for his shot.
You know, another thing that you just knew was going to happen, dude. You knew it was going to happen. When it was 7 seconds left on the clock and the Knicks were up, and you knew Phoenix had that chance to win the game. I knew they were going to win. I didn't know how they were going to do it. I just knew they were going to do it somehow. And then the other thing is, so one, you got the fact that Julius lost his cool. I mean, he's so overboard, man. So overly emotional. This is what a young dude. The young dude is like, he's not even a threat to Julius. He can't body Julius. Julius got him. Julius looks like a man, and that kid looks like a boy for real compared to him, right? He can't do anything to you. Yeah, he's barking a little bit, but he ain't got nothing behind him. That bark is just bark. It ain't no bite. And you want to get out of your headspace and then let this dude get to the point where you want to move the ref out the way and push him again. Like, Julius is such a nutcase, man. I don't understand this dude. I don't know why he does. And you know, so to my point, not only was Cam starting to cook, right? I knew that after that happened, Cam was gonna light us up. I just knew it. Because you know, whenever you have any skirmishes and stuff with the opposing team, somebody gets the juice off of that. They get lit up for whatever reason. They get into it. Now they're mad. You know what I mean? The stuff that I say that Obi never plays with, that anger, Cam had it. So
and you want to see more of it because you know you see Evan Fournier out there for 35 minutes. I think Evan played about 32 yesterday, and I just rather exchange that 55 minutes, and I'd rather see Cam for 30. It's not rocket science, man.
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. Yeah, man. I don't know. There's only so much you can take with regards to this team.
Yeah.
I see my man Uncle Freezy is trying to get in here in the building. I don't know. See if it's. Let me just see if his connection is working okay. Freezy, you good?
Hey, can you hear me, boss?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Hey, so I'm out of the studio. I'm at the vegan restaurant, man. I heard you guys jumped on. Hey, D Poetic, what's good?
What's up, man? How you?
Hey, I'm good, man. What's good, Ron?
Chilling.
Man, are we bashing Randall? I didn't. I just caught that. I just.
Yeah. No. Most definitely, I am. Yeah.
Okay.
He's getting all the bash today. He can't control his temperament. And he definitely deserves a bash today. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it to him today.
Okay.
Do you feel otherwise?
Yes.
Well, the floor is yours. Do tell.
In my opinion, I think Randall stood up for himself and the organization. And I think that as Knicks fans, we have gone so long without having somebody stand up for the organization and stand up for themselves that when we see it, we may not know how to react to it.
Okay.
Freezy. Hey, look, if you're looking for a player, right, like this team is, right, it was very vital that you have to start winning some of these games because little by little, mathematically, you're getting yourself out of the picture, right or wrong?
Objection, Your Honor. I feel like I'm being led with a loaded question.
No, it's either yes or no. Are they looking to make the play-in? Yes or no?
No, I don't want to answer that because I don't feel like the question is fair. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a loaded question.
Wow. Okay. I mean, the organization has told you many times that their goal is to make the play-in. The players have told you this is not just me or somebody else. This is actually coming from the horse's mouth.
Right. Well, the question is, I feel like is loaded because Alec Burks was at the free throw line with 7 seconds left to go in the game, and he made the first free throw, and the free throw that he missed led directly to the game-winning shot, and that had nothing to do. That had nothing to do with Randall.
Of course it did, because Randall was cooking with 25 points with 3:13 left to go in the third with a 10-point lead, and you get yourself thrown out of a game that you could have potentially won.
Right. And R.J. Barrett shot 6 for 99.
I hear you. Hey, no. I mean, this is part of his development. Oh, forget he had longer defenders yesterday, and we know that RJ does have those issues with those longer defenders.
Right. No doubt. But that had nothing to do with Randall though, because Randall was cooking those same defenders.
Yeah, I mean he's much bigger than them.
Right.
He should.
Right. I understand.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. I see.
I mean, Freezy, to your point, do I understand Randall needed to stick up for himself because he didn't like what the young dude was doing to him at the time? I get it, and someone's got to show some backbone on the team. That's fine. This is not my issue. Doesn't lie with him stepping up to the guy, even getting a technical foul for it. My issue is after you've already stepped up to the dude, You guys are drawing back and forth. Then you move the ref out the way and do an intentional shove of him. It's extra. It's more immaturity at that point, because you know what? It's one thing to go back and forth with somebody. Something happens. All right, fine. But now the attention is all drawn. So now all the players, everybody in the stands, the TV, the refs, everybody's looking at you. And this is when you want to take another shot. It's like being the last person to throw a punch when everybody sees you now. It just doesn't make any sense to me. To me, that's where he lost it. The first part, defending yourself, is one thing. It's another thing to keep going. And like if the ref wasn't there, what was he going to do at that point? Like, how far was he going to take it? That's my point. He needs there's levels, and he don't understand his limits.
Right. So if the ref wasn't there, I don't think you see Cam Johnson bow up at Randall. I think you see Cam Johnson walk away.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. Because dudes do get tough when there's somebody, in front of them. I know.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. So so just in fairness to the entire situation, man. Julius Randle, when he exited the game, the Knicks had a huge lead, right? And if we're anointing, say young guys on this team, saying that they are going to be, we want to give a certain player the keys, then that certain player that we want to give the keys to has to pull this game out, and he didn't. And we're in my opinion, I feel like we might be looking for someone to blame and pointing out the wrong guy.
See, Freezy, this is why you can't do that. It's because your guy Randall has had the opportunity this whole season to close out fourth quarters, in which he's disappeared in a lot of them.
Right.
And right now, right, he's one of the guys. I'll say one of the guys because we don't have like a clear, definitive, but he is one of the guys that do have the keys. So you got to be fair, because don't forget, RJ hasn't played a lot of fourth quarters without Julius Randle, right or wrong.
Right, that right there, I think would be true.
Right.
So
it's a learning process.
So with that said, with Randle out of the way, that gives RJ Barrett room to prove to us and the rest of the NBA that he can be that guy. Mm-hmm. And yesterday he didn't prove it.
No, he had a very tough fourth quarter yesterday. Agreed. Yeah. But he made some great plays though. Maybe he didn't shoot well.
Right.
But he has some nice dives to Mitchell. He has some nice dives in the wing and stuff like that. So that shows me he's reading the game and he's learning. And for him getting to the basket, for example, right, which is something that nobody can really do on this team, right? It was able to draw the attention of Ayton and open up some room for Mitchell to go ahead and clear up some of those shots, right or wrong.
Right. I agree. I agree with you there. But the point that I heard before was that Randall should have kept his composure and not got kicked out of the game, and it's Randall's fault we lost.
No, that's what I said.
No, I wasn't going that far.
No, I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that because Randall's the reason why we went up to that amount of points. He's the difference maker. Every night in a game there's a difference maker on the court. Whether he be a superstar, whether it be a guy off the bench that's just cooking, there's always some difference maker. And I think Randall was our difference maker against Phoenix last night. And when he took himself out of the game, we no longer had the difference. So I think then it's just a matter of whose team wants it more, who's clicking at the time. But Randall was a difference maker. And him getting thrown out the game, I think that the game was over at that point. To me, because I knew Phoenix was coming back. It's just I didn't know if the Knicks could withstand it. And you already knew out the gate from the first quarter, RJ didn't have it. His shot was not clear. And he was missing layups. He just didn't have it. So
Well, here's my thing, right? And you're right? And you're both right. And I'll say it like this. If you're in the fourth quarter, right, and you have a double-digit lead, which they did have early in the fourth, right, it's up to you guys, to the players and the coaching staff, in order to make the right moves, knowing that Randall, that was scoring 25 points in 3 quarters, is out of the game now. So your question is, where you're going to get your offensive production from, right? So Cam was giving that to you. What made it look hard for RJ looked very easy for Cam, right or
Right.
wrong.
Right.
So why would you not continue going to that?
Right.
Why would you go back to Alec Burke and Evan Fournier? And no, Alec Burke had a great third quarter.
Right.
But I'm saying that, this is fourth quarter now. This is where defense tightens up and the rotations get sharper, right? And
Right.
guys are communicating better, right? So why not go to a guy that can automatically have the defense in a position in which they might have to double at some point? Because as you and me saw yesterday, Cam was getting whatever he wanted early in that fourth quarter.
Right.
So, so of course, I agree with you. I don't want to just blame it on Randall, and I get what Ron is saying and why you would, because he was definitely leading the charge, and he was definitely, the fire starter that kept that engine going, and I get that. But things happen all the time in the NBA. Guys get injured.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Things happen in which you have to adjust, and you have to make the proper adjustments.
Right.
So that's why I said that.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
I hear you, Freezy. I don't want to. I really don't want to come down on Julius Randle, especially when he's playing. He was playing so well last night. Like, we haven't seen that type of Julius in a minute. He might have went for 40, last night. The way he was cooking, easy, I think.
Yeah, there was no answer.
So it's a shame, man. And I just want. I just feel like sometimes with Randall, like, he's so caught up, he's so emotional, like he uses that emotion. Maybe that drives him. Maybe he's that type of guy that he feeds off of that when he's on the court. But it's it could be a detriment if you don't channel it the right way. Like don't let and you know what? Sometimes I don't listen to these people who call the games, and I really don't like Richard Jefferson. But what Richard Jefferson said was right. Don't let the young boy get you out of your cat. Like, you're the leader of that Knicks team. He's not. I think it's RJ now, but whatever. You're the leader of that Knicks team. You got to compose yourself, because they need you more than even Phoenix maybe needs Cam Johnson. They got other players that can help. But yeah, I don't know. I hear you, man. I know I'm a little upset about everything, and maybe it seems like, but I just realistically, I just think that he kind of killed the momentum for them too.
Right. Richard Jefferson said something that I thought was pretty astounding yesterday. He said it in the first quarter. It was after Sims was at the free throw line. He said that Tom Thibodeau is the worst coach I've seen for young players that I've seen in 20 years.
Wow.
And I thought that was a very monumental statement. Agree or disagree with it. But Richard Jefferson has been in this league. I don't care if you Knicks slander, it doesn't matter. Richard Jefferson has been in this league for 20 years. And I'm pretty sure he's seen a lot of things. And for him just to make that statement like that against a guy that we've known that he's kind of been up and down with young guys and development and stuff like that, I thought was a very monumental statement.
Wow. I was watching the game. I think I missed when he said that. Damn, that's wow. Sheesh.
Yeah.
And usually, like I said, I don't like what he says a lot of times, bro. But some, here and there, he says some interesting stuff, and like, that's interesting for him to say that. Jeez.
And of course, I think he's a clown. You know what I'm saying? I think he's a troll master. But
definitely.
But I still thought, I was like, wow, let me write that down. Let me pay attention to that, because I think a lot of other players in the league feel the same way. I don't think it's just him.
Oh, man.
Kyle Korver has a great story on the JJ Red podcast about Tom Thibodeau in his rookie year. Great story. Watch it.
I'm going to check that out. Shoot. Let me just send a note to myself here, Kyle Korver. Because I'm going to forget, brother. I'll tell you right now.
Hey, I know. I got to write all this stuff down too, man.
Kyle Korver.
Yo, Sherwin, you're more than invited to come here and get your butt cooked. And plus, nobody ever agrees with anything that you ever say. So I'm pretty sure Ron's a nice guy. I'm pretty sure he'll open the space in order for me to barbecue your butt on a 12:15 at Saturday afternoon.
That's a fact, B. I love when you guys can go back and forth, man. Especially, there's some passion in there. Anyway, definitely salute with 3 capital S's for Jay Boogie He sent the show a very nice contribution. Appreciate you so much, Jay Boogie. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. Yeah, man. Just we just trying to grow and do some things, and yeah, and it's a tough long haul, but we're getting there. But like I said, I put the Cash App in the chat only if you want to support the show. It's definitely not. We're not asking for anything. It's just if that's your feeling and you want to support. We as other people like to say, we try to keep the lights on, but really we're trying to pay for all of the other systems and the programs that we got each month to kind of keep the show going. So thank you. Appreciate it. And really salute to you, Jay Boogie. Thank you once again. Thank you. So guys, we can go back and forth about the Knicks, but I think at some point we want to get to some positive aspects of stuff. And this is the way too early draft show, I like to call it, because it's still very early. We don't even know the positioning. And I was trying to see if some stuff is not updated yet. I was trying to see what's the kind of the mock draft at this point for where the Knicks are in the standings. And the last thing I saw was, I think, updated 5 days ago. So things have changed since then. So I don't know how you want to look at that, because I think a couple mock drafts I saw had the Knicks picking around the 8th pick if the season finished now. So that's a possibility, and we can look at it in those terms. So without further ado, let's get it cracking, man. I think I know you've been doing a lot of research and doing your own scouting, because you love basketball, and I know you've been watching the college game a lot lately too. I don't know exactly who is going to be the first pick. It's still very early. Right now they're saying it's in between Chet Holmgren and Jabari Smith Jr. Whether or not that's true or not, who knows? Because anything could change. It's so early that someone could creep up and just take over the spot, especially how it is with the March Madness. When we get into that, some people start to stake their claim and they take off. But right now, that's what it's looking like. They're saying it's in between Chet Holmgren and Jabari Smith. How do you feel about Chet Holmgren, for example? Because I know he's a tall, lanky kid, and he looks a little lanky, but he's got some game to him. What do you think about him?
Okay. My analysis and assessment of Chet is that Chet has the gift. I think he's a super freak of a player, of something that we haven't seen since, I think, Kevin Durant, as far as the ability to be at that size. I'm not saying it's Kevin Durant, so don't take it out of context. I'm just saying that his ability to be able to stretch the floor, put the ball on the floor, make basic reads at a high level, I think, for his age. I think he's a much better defender than a lot of people give him credit for. They worry about his skinniness, because I have seen him bumped out the way, and then he does a great job of recovering and either contested the shot, affected the shot, or blocking the shot. If I'm the team with the first pick, I put my chips on Chet. Now, it also depends on how he does in March Madness. Certain things might get exposed, or weaknesses and stuff like that. So we're just talking of just now, and like you said, this is our early perspective of this.
Right.
But I just think he has the gift, and he's a tough kid. He's not like a Sean Bradley type of weak, skinny guy like that. He's tough. He has grit. He's willing to bash. He's willing to smash. Of course, you see people worry about him getting this up, right? I'm worried about him getting his base up. His base has to get a lot stronger. He's got to be able to hold his ground a lot better, especially in the next level. So if I was him, that's why I would concentrate on in the physicality aspect, and probably gain like an extra 5-10 pounds with that as well. But I love Chet.
Right. Yeah, I think Chet's very interesting. He does give me that lanky vibe. Yeah, it's obvious. You see how his build is. Just take a looking at him. And his touch. His touch it's pure. The thing about him is that, well, one, he's a true 7-footer. He's 195 pounds, so he's light like a feather.
Yeah.
His projected per game for 36 minutes coming into the league would be averaging around 19 points a game, 13 rebounds, 2.5 assists, and 4.7 blocks. So, I mean, that's
he's not
interesting.
messing around.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, he gets after it. So, and I could see that being useful to a lot of different teams. The only thing that he's going to have to play, he's definitely going to have to be in between, like you can't leave him on the box. He's going to have to be moved in and out because down low, certain guys are really gonna abuse him. But if he can kind of somehow figure out how to play down low and move out a little bit and kind of figure out the best positioning, he could be dangerous because I don't expect this guy, even if he puts on some pounds, he's not going to get that much bigger. So he is what he is. You got to get yourself any team that has him, they need to have a banger on their team already, or go out there and get themselves a big center / power forward who can bang down low. So that way Chet doesn't have to take a lot of that burden, which he shouldn't. But you know how it is. Sometimes you get positioned in certain ways where you get stuck down low against like a Joel Embiid or something, and then it's right for the picking.
You see, and it's funny that you say that because I'm on the opposite of that. I actually want to put him in that spot as early as possible because I want him to get acclimated early to the physical punishment on a night-to-night basis in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
So when it becomes a year 2 or 3, he's more better to ready for him to take that every night, as opposed, for example, if he goes to Detroit, right, and say they keep Isaiah Stewart, might see Chet at the power forward. And I don't like that because I think he's too good of a how do I put this? I think his defensive tools and reactions are too good for him not to be in a position to protect the rim and cause disruption in the paint. So, for example, right, we were speaking to this the other day about RJ Barrett. You see how RJ Barrett is being used now, right? Imagine if RJ Barrett had been used that way since day one. Will we not see a totally different RJ Barrett right now?
Yeah, we would not. Yeah, he would actually probably be. Maybe not, but I'm like he would be definitely if he had been used from like this from like day one to start the season.
Yeah,
he might be even like in the All-Star contention. To he probably won't get in, but he would be in that conversation. That's how good the way he's playing now works for him. So yeah,
correct, right. So I feel the same way about that about a lot of other young players, and I feel Chet. I feel the worst thing to do is to take away what he does very well just because you're worried about a little weight issue. Let him get used to it. Let him get his butt smacked. It's okay. If he goes to OKC, where are they going? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They have a great developmental staff, but they know damn well they're not making a second or third round, in the West. So let him go through that. I think Detroit would have to have a similar mentality if they take him. Or who's another team that has a center
Orlando?
like that? Okay, Orlando. Like they have Wendell Carter Jr., Mo Bamba. Like I kind of moved that center position out of the way for him because I truly want to see what he can do in his first season, primarily at that position.
And I actually, my whole feeling is I like Mo Bamba a lot, but I just think Mo Bamba never has done enough, at least in Orlando's eyes, to really supplant himself as a big part of that organization. So if they were to get like a Chet, I think Mo Bamba gets moved. Like I could see that happening. So like the thing about Chet is, do you worry that maybe because of the fact that he is so light and skinny at this point in his career, that he would come into the league and getting him down low would put him in a situation where he could get hurt easily? I'm thinking like when we first got, for example, Mitchell Robinson, and then when we first got Porzingis, because they came in, they were really they both put on weight since then, but like they didn't struggle. They played pretty well. They had some really nice moments, but they got banged up a lot. Do you worry about that?
I'm sorry. I had the girls talking to me. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time?
Oh, no. I was saying, do you worry about the fact that being that he's so light right now, and he does need to get that experience and learn how to be on the box?
Yeah.
In the NBA, should I say? Do you worry about the fact that like what we went through with Porzingis and with Mitchell Robinson, for example? I'm not saying we'd get Chet, but I'm just saying those are examples. Like, do you worry about the fact that he could get injured often?
I mean, of course, there's always a concern, right? Because there's nights where he's matching up against Jokic. There's nights where he's matching up against Joel Embiid, and those are very strong guys. Where Chet can kind of be like a feather to an eastern coastal wind at 80 miles per hour, and
right.
completely fly away. So of course those are issues, and of course those are concerns. I'm just saying that, but you also have to keep in mind too that if you watch them at the college level, there are guys strong as well. I'm not saying they're as strong as Embiid and stuff like that, but they are strong, and they do move him out of the way. And Chet just has this thing where he just adapts very well to him getting thrown off his spot and recovering, because that's all that matters at the end of the day. Everybody's going to get beat. It's a matter about how you recover, and I think he does an exceptional job on that, and especially with the weight problem. So I'm just saying that this guy is a good summer of strengthening his base, putting on 5 or 10 pounds away from really being disruptive in the paint in the NBA. So do I think it's a problem? I mean, I of course it will. I mean, we see with KD, he gets a lot of knick-knack injuries, and it might have to do with his slender build. But I mean, sometimes genetics are genetics, man. And there's only so much you can do with the gene line of some of these players where, we saw it, for example, with Mitch, right? We want to bulk up Mitch, and he had a real problem with it at the beginning of the season.
Very true.
Where me personally, I just would have strengthened his base, and I just would have added some muscle to it, and then that would have been a wrap. But they obviously wouldn't. So you see, like, it's not fit for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I keep that in mind too. Look at this, man. The kid can play basketball. And that's something, for example, I'm not saying we should get Chet, but I'm just saying that in our optics, it's just something we don't have on this basketball team. So
Agreed.
I'm interested in going all in for a guy that just knows how to play basketball.
No, I'm with you on that. I agree with you there. That it's very true. Guys who can ball, and you know what? You gotta take it for what it is, man. Like, this is a situation where, if anything, I don't know. Like, so that's interesting. Let me ask you this: being that you brought it and you're very high on him, this is not going to happen, guys. Never happens for the Knicks. What would happen if the Knicks got the number 1 pick in the draft? Would you want them? Would you want them to get Chet?
First of all, I wouldn't want this administration involved with the number 1 pick, right? That's number 1. I think it's very imperative. Although Chet, I think very highly of him. I do also understand too that the foundation of your sustainable success always starts with a dynamic perimeter player.
Right.
So I keep that in mind as well. So it depends what happens, because I think, for example, if Chet in March Madness goes deep, say they go to the Final Four, or top 8 or something like that, and Chet is averaging 19 and 12 with 5 blocks, I think a lot of people will say that he's unanimous as a number 1, no matter who has it, right? So, it's a lot to project because there's so much time to go, and there's so much more college basketball to be played. But, as of right now, I still have my options open. And don't forget, I'm all on Johnny Davis. So, and I say that because the guy just knows how to play basketball, and he's like, he doesn't rush. It's at his pace, and he reads the game well. He rebounds the ball very well. He's a better defender than people give him credit for. He's a better passer with both hands than a lot of people give him credit for. But to answer your question, would I take Chet? I would say undecided at this moment in time.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, that's an honest answer. That's what we need. We need honest answers here on Still Knick Fans Know the Ledge series. That's what you want. Okay. So I'm okay with that. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, look, dude, like all of this, it's not a science. Like you can't predict it down to the last atom and molecule. Like it just you just look at these players, look at what they can bring to a basketball team, what they can do on the court, and then you hope that if your team, for example, gets a chance to get one of them, he fits whatever you're trying to do, which we still don't know what the hell we're trying to do, but hopefully we're able to bring in one of these guys and they fit that. So I'm definitely with you, bro. All
Yeah.
right, so that's cool. I like that. Little Chet Holmgren action, folks. Once again, he's a 7-footer, 195 pounds, but he's got some game, and that 4.7 blocks is an interesting number. I mean, that's an average. That's like 5 blocks a game.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. That's nothing to be sneezed at.
Right.
Definitely salute to you guys in the chat. I see you guys are putting a lot of names out. Hopefully we can all get we can get to some of these names that you might have already mentioned. Bear with me. We're moving along. So another person that I wanted to pick your brain on, D, is Mr. Jabari Smith Jr. Some might say that he could be the consensus number 1 overall pick in the draft. It all, like you said, it depends on how a team evaluates and what they see as what he can bring to the table. I know you've taken a look at him, so what do you think about him personally?
I think Jabari is an elite shooter, and he will be in this league. He's got a quick trigger. He could stretch the floor. I think he could be very impactful in the mid-range if he ever got his base stronger. He reminds me of, I say a lot of LaMarcus Aldridge in his game. He's just a skinnier version. He's a better defender and rebounder than people give him credit for. My big issue with him is that lack of ball creation. Lack of being able to put the ball on the ground and make something happen. So in the NBA, he definitely will be dependent on a playmaker to generate his points. He can't do it by himself at this point in time. But he definitely does have elite skills. Definitely his shooting. I mean, he is an elite shooter. And he can do it in many different ways. If you notice, if you watch his games, because I actually do watch his games as opposed to what some people think, he could actually do it in a variety of ways, in different directions as well. He could turn over each shoulder very well, which is very impressive. I think he has stock in the NBA. I'm not sure for me right now, and once again, it's dependent on what happens during this month. I think I don't see him as a top 2, top 3. That's just me.
Right.
But he definitely does belong in the top 5, 6 somewhere.
Okay. Yeah. If you were to, and I didn't ask you this about, and I'm sorry, let me ask you that real quickly. If you could compare Chet Holmgren to anybody, who would you think his game translates to in the NBA?
That's tough because there's no big guy that really does what he does. People compare him to KP, but KP had nowhere near the ball handle of Chet. I think Chet is a better on-ball defender in the paint than KP is, which is crazy. So I mean, they say that because of the height and him being able to stretch the floor and stuff like that. I can't really think of one, and that's the beauty. And that shows you how unique, and that's why I say I feel he has the gift, because we just never seen anything like it. And I think the closest thing is Kevin Durant, because don't forget, Kevin Durant's 7 feet, and he would be the closest thing.
Would you say that maybe on offense he has like a Dirk-like feel to him? Not Dirk, but I'm saying like the way his game is patterned, a little bit like Dirk Nowitzki. And maybe on defense, like
it's different,
like a Marcus Camby type.
It's different with Dirk, because even Dirk in his younger years, he operated a lot out of the high post very well.
Right.
Where Chet is kind of more, he's more outside in the 3-point. You see him working the 3-point line, or he's a cutter, as opposed to, and maybe it's a Gonzaga thing, I'm not sure, but he doesn't really operate in the mid post too much. I would personally like to do it more and run some action around him to see what type of decisions he makes with the basketball. I personally would, but haven't really seen it like that. But I mean, he's such a unique talent, Ron. It's something that I don't think we've literally seen at that position in our lifetime, at least.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And so with regards to Jabari Smith, like, I mean, he gives me all types of different people. Like when I look at his game, I see like a Rashard Lewis type. I see maybe like who's like an Evan Mobley, if you want to look at today's game.
Mhm.
Although I think he is a better shooter than Evan Mobley. And I think that that's something to look at, because Jabari Smith is 6'10", 210 pounds, right?
Mhm.
And they say projected per 36 minutes in the NBA, of course, this is based on college numbers, that he could average around 21 points, 8.8 rebounds, 2.3 assists, 1.2 blocks,
Mhm.
and 1.4 steals.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it also depends where he goes too. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because
Right.
I think a place like Detroit would be very nice for him, where you already have an established playmaker in Cade Cunningham that can
Mm-hmm.
kind of feed him in certain spots where he can stretch the floor very well and make lives a lot easier for guys, and open up the gaps in the lanes more. So I also think when we talk about these guys, Ron, I think fit is very big. Like, I feel like, for example, if Chet was drafted by OKC, I think we might see a better version of him there than maybe like a Detroit, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm not saying that Detroit can't develop their players, because they're actually doing a pretty good job of it. What I'm saying is that I think OKC will take the time necessary in order to see the true matriculation of Chet Holmgren, where another organization might push the button a little bit quicker,
Mm-hmm.
and it may
Mm-hmm.
force him to do certain things that may be improper for his development. I feel the same way about Jabari Smith. I feel that fit is everything, and a place like Detroit, I'm trying to think, even a place like the Magic, because since the Magic has a lot of a dominant, not dominant, they have like a lot of dynamicism within their wings and stuff like that, and their guards,
Mm-hmm.
and they like to get in the lane, where that would be perfect for a drive and kick, and Jabari will be open a lot for that, because he really could stretch the floor.
Yeah, that I understand. That makes sense to me, man, because depending on the type of system, like I would be afraid, dude. Honestly, if Thibodeau had his hands on Jabari, I wouldn't even know if he knew how to use this guy the right way. And that's a shame. That's a real shame. And I think that's something as Knicks fans we should be very wary of. This organization needs to figure it out. If you want to have Tibbs as our coach here, then definitely surround him with the right people that are going to put him in a position to make the right decisions and use the proper talent that we got out there, and have these guys around him to cultivate and develop him. Because if you leave it up to Tibbs alone, I don't like it. Don't look good,
Well,
folks.
I don't
That's all
think
I'm
you have to
saying.
worry about it. I think Tibbs is out of here after
Right,
this.
right.
No, seriously. Like, I really do think he's out of here, but we just got to make sure that the administration goes with him too, and it's not just a fire Tibbs thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right,
But
I hear
but
you.
yeah, definitely don't want none of these guys around that. Because we need to truly develop and nurture and matriculate these guys correctly. Never take a draft for granted. There's 60 players out of thousands of players that play professional basketball in the
Mm-hmm.
world. Each one of these guys can play. It's just a matter of how you fit them, how you develop them, and your direction with them moving forward.
Right. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I'm with you on that. So, yeah, I mean, that brings us to our next person up. And like I said, this is all, we don't know the order in which these guys are going to go in. This is all just too early projections, way too early projections, folks. So keep that in mind. But I'm wondering, how do you feel about this next person who is moving up the draft board? Well, I mean, he's not moving up. He's kind of been there. He was in the round 4 or 5. You know, for a lot of the the speculation this year. But now I guess they put him in the 3rd position in a lot of drafts. But then again, I also see someone else there, which we'll get to in a little bit. But what do you think about Duke's own Paolo Banchero?
I have unpopular views about him.
Oh, here it comes, folks. Let's go.
But I will be positive though. He has all the tools in the toolbox that you would need for a guy to be prosperous in the NBA. He really does. My only question with him is that with all those tools, he hasn't proved to me. Okay, I don't care if he does it against Pittsburgh and stuff like that. That stuff don't matter to me. Okay, I'm talking about top 25 guys or mid-level programs that really have really good players. I have seen him underperform plenty of times. He has a problem getting off the ground, which means that at this point in time, he won't be a real effective scorer in the paint in the NBA because he just does not have that explosiveness, and therefore he does not know how to use his shoulders, his hips, and his feet. So his mid-range is okay. Inconsistent. His 3-point shot hasn't been very good this year. Just some decisions with the basketball very questionable for me. I don't feel he reads the game as well as some of the other guys that are projected around him. And I'm all about guys reading the game. You know, I don't care if you're 5'11". I don't care if you're 7 feet. If you're black, green, yellow, boy, girl, I don't care. I care about you reading the game of basketball. And I think Paolo is not polished in that area, and he's going to be very dependent on a playmaker in order to get his points. I know it's unpopular. A lot of people would disagree with me. That's okay. I'm not big on him. I'm not very high on him. In this draft, of course, he's going to go top 5, top 6 because, you know, that kind of potential elite talent is not there like it was last year, for example. But as I said before, and I'll say it again, he has all the tools in the toolbox. He kind of reminds me, I know people are going to think I'm crazy, but he kind of reminds me a bit of like a Karl Malone type of player where, you know, he's going to have to be really dependent on a point guard in order for his points to be generated. If he gets that mid-range together, he gets a couple of triple threat packages together, I think that will make it a lot easier for himself. As of right now, I don't think he'll be very high percentage in the paint. He is a good rebounder. He is decent there. Not too high on him, Ron.
I hear you. Well, I'll tell you, I mean, me being a Duke fan, it's tough because I got to remove my bias from the equation. And I think that the thing about him is I like his skill set. And I sometimes I feel like I got to remove my bias as a Knicks fan too, because sometimes I look at him and I'm just like, damn, man, he is so much better than Obi at this and so much better than Obi at that. But I have to kind of look at, all right, he may be much better at Obi than certain things, but how good is he overall? Like, how does that translate to the NBA? How much of a benefit to an NBA team will his game be, and how does it translate? Like, that's the thing, like, I have to kind of look at and look at him and see where does he fit in. And I think you make a really good point that right now, even though he does have a really good skill set, his game does seem like it's kind of dependent and tied to a point guard. And that's not the number one thing you want. And if I'm looking at it just from a Knicks perspective, it's definitely not the number one thing we want because we don't even have a point guard like that. And who knows if we're going to get one. So we need players that can come in, ball, and get their buckets and do things on the court without being dependent on a point guard. And if we get one, great. But if we're not able to get one, listen, we need guys that can do their thing without that being a possibility. Because And most likely, that's the type of guy you want anyway, right? Because those are the transitional. Not saying that he is, but I'm saying those are the type of guys you want to get that aren't reliant on anybody. They could just go.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Or makes things happen for others as well. So just in case they are stopped, they could go ahead and make a play for you as well, and kind of have the defense guessing. Yeah, prototypically, that's definitely what you're looking for.
Yeah,
and
no,
with Paolo, I don't see that, and that's one of my gripes about Smith too, where I don't see that as well. You see, like with a Chet, he does have the ability to do that, so he catches my interest right away. That means that he's reading the game. And so, and don't forget too with Banchero, he also plays with Keels. Trevor Keels, I'm really high on. Besides him having an NBA body and stuff like that, he has shown me through about the 7 or 8 games that I've seen that he can run an offense. I think Wendell Moore does a lot to help him, especially defensively, and he's a good, he makes basic reads and stuff like that. So, he has a lot of help around him as well. That kind of makes it look better. But I've seen defenses kill in on Banchero, and he looks completely helpless out there. And it was really concerning for me. Where, for example, while I saw Johnny Davis play against Purdue, no, maybe he didn't have the greatest game statistically, but I literally saw a guy that was literally playing against 3 or 4 guys every possession and making good reads and getting guys and making hockey assists, right? Or splitting the defense and getting to the line. You see, like, these are the things that I look for in guys that I think we desperately need badly.
Right.
So
right.
I don't think Banchero falls under that category.
Nah, that I can understand. Yeah, I think there's certain things in his game that still left to be seen, and apparently per 36 minutes, his game currently translates to 19.1 points per game, 8.9 rebounds, 3.4 assists, 1 block, and 1.1 steals. Paolo Banchero is 6'10", 250 pounds. So that is very Julius Randle-ish.
I didn't want to throw that out there. I'm glad you did.
I'm just saying, that is.
And that's why I brought up about effectiveness of finishing at the rim. Yeah, he's a big kid. He's 6'10", but he doesn't have a lot of pop. As far as like straight up verticality like that, he doesn't pop very well. So, he's going to need an assortment of moves down there, and I just don't think he has that at the moment. Can he? Of course he can. These are young puppies. These guys can develop into any rate that they want, but they have to put in the work.
Agreed. Let me just throw this out there for the chat. Once again, if you guys want to join in, you're welcome to join in. Just understand that we are doing a little breakdown of prospective draft picks in the draft. So we kind of keep to that topic right now. I know some people may be just tuning in and have the Knicks on their mind. We still concerned about what's going on with the Knicks, but we want to focus on these draft players right now and how they translate and how they might help our Knicks team going forward if we have a chance to draft one of them. And so thank you guys for tuning in. And like I said, you're welcome to jump on. But that's what we're focused on right now. So and then Paolo is just one of those guys that we'll see where it all falls for him. I don't think early when I first saw him, I was smitten. I was like, oh, this dude's a baller. Yeah, man. This guy. But now after time has gone by, you've seen Paolo is he has a deep, I think, put it best. There's some games he hasn't shown up, and he's gotten quiet. And you worry about that a lot in college, especially because college is like, I don't want to say it's easy, guys, but let me tell you my feeling on college. Let me get my boy in here.
Okay.
What's up, Feet Sports? My man Prophet's in the building. What's going on, brother?
Hey man, how we doing?
We chilling.
Good,
I was just talking a little bit about what did you say, Thomas?
I said, what's up, D?
Hey man, how you doing? How's everything?
All right, man. All right.
Cool.
So I was just saying, like, when it comes to Paolo, that
Oh, just real quick, I just saw this because I was going to look at his last 20 games just to give you some games to look at so you could see some of the games he struggled, right? And it says Banchero selected as finalist for Karl Malone Award.
Look at that.
You can't make this stuff up.
There you go. It was funny because D just said that, gives him a Karl Malone vibe and somebody who's dependent on a point guard to really help his game. And look at that. That's funny. Yeah, I was just saying, like, with Paolo, that I think that he seems to just be one of those that is not dominant the way you'd like him to be in the college ranks. And I feel like with college sports, in order to really see what a player can be in the NBA, they got to show you levels of dominance. Like football, no matter what sport it is, it's a little easier to be dominant because of your size, speed, athleticism. Sometimes you can really take advantage of that. But when you don't see it naturally, I don't know. I have some question marks about that. What do you think, before we move on, Prophet, what do you think about Paolo?
I love Paolo.
I know you do. That's why I was like, I want to get your take real quick.
I'm still smitten with him, but I think Duke's system always has been somewhat restrictive with the athleticism type guys. So Paolo is an elite athlete, elite physicality type of guy. So Duke doesn't necessarily the system hasn't always allowed those guys to show well in the college ranks. So those particular individualistic talents, so it kind of makes them look lesser than they are. I think Paolo does have some limitations in terms of assertion a little bit in the college game. I think also, again, it helps for him to have a guard that would, help him get easier shots. But I think he's got some tools to, he played in the Drew League this past summer, and he was magnificent against grown men, which means he has the confidence and the skill set. So it's just a matter, I think, of systematically. I think he's probably going to be better in a pro style offense than in the college ranks, in my opinion. Yeah, that's just how I feel about it. Like I said, Ron, I love Paolo, man.
I know.
Deep in it.
And just a couple of games to look for with him, right? Look at the two games against UVA, right? UVA has a nice little recipe for him. So I'll let you guys watch it so you can see for yourselves.
Backline defense is tough,
And on the Wake Forest game, because those are the most recent, and where he's strong, and you can kind of see his limitations, and kind of how he's dependent. But you guys make your own assessment. But check out those games though.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna definitely take a look at that. I know he probably will struggle against pack line because it's again, and what you're seeing too, and I agree with you, D, is that in those tight spots where there's not a lot of room to operate, he struggles. He struggles a lot. Is no doubt about it. So in the NBA, there's better spacing. So I think that's going to help him some. And then schematically, there's restrictions in Duke. The system drives everything, not the talent necessarily, except for Zion and RJ, those super special guys. And Paolo may be a notch below those guys in that regard.
Right. Yeah. And also, I'm concerned that his jump shots are not a little bit more consistent as it should be, especially that he's a low-level rim finisher.
Yeah.
So, that's something I worry about in the NBA because, what's going to happen is that Paolo may have a good 2 or 3 games. They're going to pack the paint on him, and they're going to force him to be a jump shooter. And I just don't think he's ready right now in order for him to drag out the offense to come to him so that maybe he could blow past him with his physicality and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with that, definitely. There's some room for growth in this game for sure. Again, he's going to need to be able to create some space. And hopefully he can do that. I always say, guys, you can't help but get better practicing in the pros, man.
Of course,
all you do is ball. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's hard not to.
And the other thing is, the thing with him is, not with him. I was going to say the thing with your point about the Duke system is, sometimes it does stifle certain players. Sometimes certain players come out of Duke and then they come into the league, and of course, it elevates some of them, so they get into the league and they're just not what you expect, a la Bobby Hurley, Christian.
I was thinking Brandon Ingram as well, where you didn't really see how he
Oh,
plays in the pros in Duke. So yeah.
Right. And then another, what up, Freeze?
What's good, boss?
And then another person that I was thinking who.
You
heard him? He was talking to you, Pete. Oh.
Yeah. I said, what's up? Yeah.
I was gonna say another person that I could think of that was really good in Duke, but wasn't what he was when he got into the NBA was Grant Hill. Like, he's a player. We didn't see the true athleticism and explosiveness in the Duke system. When he got into the NBA and got with Detroit, I mean, that, Grant Hill drinks Sprite. You guys remember the commercial?
Oh, yeah.
It turned into another level. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm definitely I'm with you when it comes to that Duke system.
You're
Sometimes
talking about Banchero?
Yeah. Oh, we were talking about Paolo a little bit.
Yeah, he should probably be the #1 pick, bro.
Ooh, another fan of Paolo.
That's different. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man.
You like him over Jabari?
I think in today's game, where you can get Banchero against 4s and 5s, I think he's been, man, this Duke team is deep, bro.
Yep.
Just think about Kills and Williams.
Well, Kills. Well,
and Mark Williams is an NBA body big, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What's the other kid? The
Wendell or AJ? Which one are you talking about?
Wendell.
Yeah.
You talking about him and AJ? Man.
Yeah.
I mean,
they got hitters. They do.
Yeah. So I think this team is kind of like the Kentucky team from a few years ago that had Karl Anthony Towns, Willie Cauley-Stein, and a whole bunch of NBA first rounders all playing together.
Oh, yeah.
So one guy couldn't score like 25, 26 a game. You know what I'm saying? Because the team was so deep.
Yo, Ron.
Right. What's up?
You was talking to me about this Shaedon Sharpe kid.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Good Lord Jesus. Okay.
I'm trying. Hold on.
We're getting to him.
Today. Hold on. It's coming. It's coming.
God.
I know.
Jesus.
It's coming. It's coming.
Woo.
So next on the list is this guy is like moving up. So this is the person that a lot of Knicks fans have in their heart. So
Mathurin.
He's gonna say Jaden Ivey.
He's one that who it is.
Jaden Ivey got that.
Jaden Ivey,
swag,
man.
Boy.
Jaden Ivey is like on Knicks fans' minds right now. He's the hot ticket item, and he's interesting because when we dive into him, we'll talk about how interesting he is because it's not clear cut. Just saying. So what do you guys think? Let me start with D. What do you think about Jaden Ivey's game?
Well, in transition, he's a blur. And it's truly generational, his speed, his athleticism, and his dynamicism, especially off his right foot. My issue with him is that he's a streaky shooter, and he has no in-between game. And my problem with that, and he doesn't read the game as well as I thought he does, especially watching him the last 4 or 5 times. So I think that, of course, if he's available, I mean, we take him. Like, there's definitely no doubt about that. But, I have to do my job and my analysis and critique on both sides of it. And, I mean, he's got a lot of great physical gifts. I truly think in the NBA, in transition, he could be unstoppable. And especially off the PNR, especially if he turns that corner, you're done. So he definitely has that. But in the NBA, they do a good job of collapsing on the paint, and they force you to have a floater. They force you to have a mid-range, and he does not have that. It's pretty non-existent at this moment. And his three-point shooting has been shoddy at best. So if you have those games where they're collapsing the paint on you and he's not making the right reads, you would hope that he would be able to at least shoot somewhere from 36, 37 in his rookie season, which I hope he could do that. And though it is possible, I just think it's unlikely for him in his rookie season. But and overall, I mean, I can go more and more, but just to cut it short and get everybody else to try, I would take him if he's available. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, what do you think about Jaden Ivey, Prophet?
Spectacular athlete, fun to watch. Love the motor, love the swag. That's a big part of the game for me. I love guys that they compete, energetic, they show it, they lift people. I think the game needs to round out more. The shot mechanics are a little bit shaky, but it like we were just saying, when you practice in the NBA every day, it's going to get better. So I'm not worried about that.
Mm-hmm.
I think he doesn't play with great pace, and that's a really important thing with him. I think he's really fast, just always go, 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 go.
Yeah, it's either 0 or 100.
Yeah, and you can't play like that in the NBA all the time, which I think Ja is so special because, and I know a lot of people comp them, is because he can play at so many different speeds. And I think Jaden has the potential to play he has the same type of athleticism, I think, truly. But I don't know if the ceiling is as high necessarily because of that aspect of his game. Like, Ja is a special basketball IQ type of guy. He's like the perfect mix. Like, if you made you had a pot and you want to mix it all up and get that perfect, like, now type of guy, Ja is that perfect mix. He's still, and even Ja's still becoming better as a shooter too.
Of course.
So I like Jaden Ivey. I think, and going back to what D was talking about with that in-between game, the other Jaden I was looking at, Hardy, he's excellent in that. He reminds me of Paul Pierce quite a bit in terms of the way he, the PNR game, he reads, mid-range shot, knockdown, and, he's in the G League. So, he's getting that pro-level experience. So it's kind of interesting when I think about, I automatically think about both Jadens when I think about, that kind of comp. But I like Ivy. I think there's better players, though, for sure. I think the shot gets better.
What do you think of Freezy?
Sharpe
wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead, D.
Oh, yeah, just real quick. But don't forget, we haven't seen Sharpe play a lick of college basketball.
I'm going to tell you something.
Don't sleep on him, though.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you something. One thing I like.
Hold it, Prophet. Hold it.
What?
Hold it.
Simons was my call. I called Simons, bro.
Oh, yeah. I got to give him credit, y'all. He was killing me, man. Anthony Simons, he said out the gate was going to be a baller in a bucket, and he was right. It took him a little minute to get his feet under him, but he's there now. So I'm all right. I give you hold it till we get to him, man. This is good content. I know how you get, bro.
This is fun stuff. I love the draft, man. That's my thing.
I know. So, Freezy, what's your thoughts on Mr. Jaden Ivey?
I think he is. I disagree with his shot. I think he's got something in between a 1 and a 1-2 step jumper. I think because it looks like he wants to be a 1-2 base shooter. You know how people catch and they get into it 1-2 and shoot,
right? Or they hop, or right.
So it looks as if he's in between the hop that D said and the 1-2 step, right?
Yeah.
So Steph Curry is a hop shooter, right? And so once Ivy figures out what he's gonna do, the 1-2 step or the hop, I think his shot, everything else is fluid, right? Everything else is fluid. The only thing I don't like at the top of his release is the fade. You'll see his fade go off to the side. And I think in the NBA, when players are closing out faster and are taller and longer, I don't think you can, that's stuff that he'll clean up once he gets out of the college season and becomes a pro and has a personal trainer working with him. I think you'll see the base cleaned up, and I think you'll see the shot cleaned up. Now his facilitating is an issue. I think he is
agree.
I think he is, for instance, I'll give you an example. The Indianapolis Colts drafted 2 quarterbacks, number 1, right? They drafted a dude named Jeff George, and they drafted a dude named Peyton Manning, right? Jeff George was physically the most talented of those 2, right? but he didn't read the field. He identified a target and threw it as hard as he could to that receiver.
True.
Back when the Colts had receivers like Billy Brooks and all them guys, right? I think Jaden Ivey is a telegraph passer. Like if the guy is open, he'll he'll shoot it there, but he won't manipulate the defense and pass guys open. He's not there yet. Yeah. And then plus he's got this weird hitch passing thing that he like to do. Like you ever saw the overhand passes that he likes to throw in the half court?
Yeah, it's like a snap thing. He going.
Yeah. Instead of the two-hand protect the ball at all times pass, non-telegraphing. My other thing too about Jaden Ivey, and I don't want to sound like I'm trying to be an NBA scout because I'm not, right? But the other thing too is I don't think this kid is 6'4". He don't look 6'4" to me, right? He might be the dude that gets to these things and we find out like he's 6'2.5" and 6'3" in sneakers or whatever.
Right.
And if that's the case, would the Knicks want to have a 6'3"? Thank you. A 6'3". You want to be on camera? Okay. All right. So I don't know if the Knicks want to have a 6'3" undersized shooting guard, knowing that they don't have everybody that they have on a right now. They have Kemba. He's undersized. Rose is 6'2", right? Quickly is 6'3". Grimes is 6'4", right? If you get Ivy, that means you add another shorter guard to a short guard rotation, right? Now, if he's at the point, if he's the point guard of the future, I'm okay with a 6'3", a 6'2", 6'3" point guard that can make up for his height with length, dexterity, agility, explosiveness, athleticism, speed, verticality. I'm okay with that, right? But I don't know because I hear a lot of like people compare him to Ja. I don't think this. I don't see.
Oh, there's no comparison.
Yeah, I don't see the Ja comparisons. But what I do see is a very young Derrick Rose at Memphis. That's what I saw. And for those that remember Derrick Rose at Memphis, he was not a facilitator. He was a flat-out athletic scorer, right? Now, the thing about Ivy is this. If all these things come together, then you have an all-star. Right, yep. a franchise backcourt player. But if these things don't come together, you have a very, very good. And I agree with him. I don't see the point guard stuff just because of the stuff that I mentioned. The telegraphing of passes, only passing to open guys, not passing people open. Those type of things that come naturally to a traditional point guard. Now, if you have an offensive guru, right, as your head coach, and I could see him doing a lot of ball handling and playmaking.
Yeah. See, the problem, Freezy, is that because of all those things you just stated as to his height and his style of play and stuff like that, he can't be a shooting guard in this league if he enters.
Agreed.
He has to be a point guard.
100%.
So if I was him, this is what I would do. And I hope I can get in contact with him somewhere on social media and suggest it to him. Go see John Morant for 2 weeks in the summer. Pay him as much as you have to pay him and be under his tutelage for 14 days. And get yourself better prepared for this NBA. Because he's going to have to learn these little tricks of the trade of the in-between game, and him being able to crab the defender, and him having to be able to reject the screen and make the right read when the weak side comes. He's going to have to be able to do all that in order for him to be effective in the NBA. So I suggest he goes 2 weeks, go chill with Ja, learn some things.
Yeah, I think the IQ aspect is the big thing that he's got to really start to figure out. And, like you said, nuances like that are important for him. I'm not a huge Jaden Ivey guy because he's so dependent on the athleticism, and that bothers me. That always bothers me.
I would take Johnny or Ben over him any day because they just read the game better. Point blank.
Yeah.
You say you take who over him?
I said I'll take Johnny Davis or I'll take Ben Mathurin over him any day because they read the game better.
Yeah.
I could see that. That's not a bad call.
I'm gonna let you go on to the next guy, Ron. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. I know it's tough for you. I know.
This is my thing, man. I live for this.
No, it's okay. And I just wanted to say that with regards to Jaden Ivey, they got him listed currently at 6'4", 200 pounds.
Yeah.
His per game per 36 minutes attributes would apparently be 20.4 points per game, 5.7 rebounds, 3.6 assists, a little under a block a game, and 1.2 steals. That's per 36 minutes based on his college game right now, what he's been doing out there. Which, I mean, we don't know exactly how true this all is, but it's just projections, right? But yeah, they got him listed at 6'4", 200 pounds. Maybe they might be, measuring the hair as well. He got that jaw hair, so.
Here's another thing too to consider when you're evaluating a guy. Just don't look at the skill set. Also look at the person too, and what they represent, what they stand for, what they're willing to do, stuff of that nature. When Wisconsin played against Purdue, right? Johnny Davis took the task of guarding Jaden Ivey almost every possession he was in that game, and Johnny does that with a lot of other guys. So does Ben. Jaden Ivey did not guard. I think he guarded him maybe 2 or 3 times throughout that whole game. And they had Jaden looking like hiding Evan Fournier on a shooter in the corner type of thing. And it was like, whoa, wait, hold on. If we're considering you to be a potential generational talent at a top 5 pick, you got to take Johnny Davis. So I don't see that competitiveness to be the best either. And I think that's one of the things that really concern me about.
Right. So let me ask you guys this. Do you think here's a couple comparisons for you for Jaden Ivey, and these are very different, so it's I think these are pretty good because they're so different. He could be one, which I know he would love, and then he could be the other, which kind of says a lot. So some compare his game to, now this is at the very best, being a Dwayne Wade. This is after years of being in the league, understanding the game, and working on his craft. And then the other comparison is a Josh Richardson. So, I don't know.
Poor Jaden Ivey with the Josh Richardson.
Right.
Yeah, I'm saying, listen, hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah. So guys who might be tuning in, guys and gals, if you're just tuning in now, just giving you a quick heads up. We just finished talking about Jaden Ivey. On this draft board, let's just say he's number 5, right? I think that was it.
4, yeah. 4. I think
4. I'm sorry, 4. So we've already covered Chet Holmgren, Jabari Smith, and Paolo Banchero, right?
Yeah.
And this one is kind of getting really interesting, guys, because there's some movement. I'm gonna go with this guy, but I think a lot of people don't feel like he belongs in this position. But currently, he's still listed in a lot of the mock drafts. He's either 5 or 6. Okay. And a lot of them have him at 5, which I know that this is, like I said, this is the way too early, draft show. So he may not belong here. And that would be Freezy's favorite guy and D's favorite guy, AJ Griffen.
I knew it.
Adrian Griffen Jr. Sorry, if listen, man, I don't know, guys. Look, I know he's a funky one because his game is like, it's very
it's college.
It's
a college guy. That's what
it is. Right? Yeah, he's definitely that type of guy, bro. Yep. I don't know.
I'll start off with the positives. Yeah,
what do you think about them?
Positives? Positives is that he has an NBA ready body. That's definitely a positive.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Off the catch and shoot, he shoots very high. So that's something you definitely want to look at. He does have explosiveness. I'll quote Foxy here. He brought this to my attention. He also had 2 very serious injuries in high school.
Ooh.
Keep that in mind. Because when guys are having injuries that early, it's something that usually does continue when they're in the early years of the NBA. Hopefully it doesn't happen to him, but it's something to look forward to. I mean, me personally, I know people feel differently. I don't feel he can create too well off the dribble. That's just me. As far as him being able to read the game and make the proper reads for himself and others, I really don't see too much of it. And I think guys like Banchero or Griffen are really hard to scout because Keels and Wendell Moore are just so good. But they're not your 1 and 2 guys. You see? So it's kind of crazy the seesaw that Coach K has to coach there and decide how to get these guys prime in successful spots. But I'll just be straight out with it. I'm not really big on AJ Griffen. I think he does have some nice skill sets in the toolbox. I think he does have an NBA-ready body, but I think he's very limited at the small forward position and places that will make you just a guy standing out in the corner or in the wing somewhere. And to waste that on a 5 pick, I think would be egregious.
So I don't think he's going 5.
Oh, me either.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
No way.
What do you think about him, Freezy? Well, I kind of know what you think about him, but what do you think about him, brother?
I think he is on a. I think in a few years he'll remind you of a Jay Crowder type. Like not necessarily. Well, I'll say this: the handles are not good, right? He's not, and so here's the thing that I think is a misnomer. He's a decent athlete. He is just not the elite athlete he was before injuries. Like what happened to Harry Giles. Anybody remember Harry Giles?
Yeah.
Remember how Harry Giles was the number 1 big man in his class? And he was probably the most athletic center that we had seen since. I hate to go there, but Harry Giles, and say as a 10th grader, was on the way to being the most athletic center a lot of us may have ever seen, right? But with two torn ACLs, it robbed him of his athleticism, right? And so AJ Griffen, after these surgeries, you don't know if he's still recovering or if this is the athlete he's going to be going forward.
Yeah.
Right. And so he makes up for it. Like he is hard to guard in college because if you give him a sliver of daylight from 3, he's gonna make you pay. So an average defender, with that being even an average offensive player, with that said, can go by and look athletic. So what I'm saying is be careful with AJ Griffen. The kid can shoot it in college, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to translate because Adam Morrison could shoot it in college too, right? Adam Morrison could shoot the lights out. Jimmer Fredette could shoot the lights out, right? Is this thing going to translate? Now, I'm not calling AJ Griffen a bust. I'm just saying buyer beware on this.
Yeah, right? That's a good way to put it.
Because he could be that guy, right? But you don't know if his athleticism comes back, he may be the Steelers draft, right?
Right.
But if it continues to be where it is, then I would say I would. And I'm a Duke fan, bro. I'm a Duke fan, right? I've been a Duke fan since '83. I've been a Duke fan since Johnny Dawkins and Tommy Amica, Kevin Strickland, and all them boys, right? So I want the kid to be good, but I don't know what he's going to be at the next level.
Yeah. I know for me, like, the lack of athleticism, like elite athleticism that you're referencing is a big sticking point for me. I think he can make a lot of good, helpful team-related plays, and that's not to be undervalued. I feel like, we're being a little hard on him, just because, he does have a knack for making plays, being a good system guy so far at Duke. again, but I agree with all of you. I don't know how that looks in the pro game as a lottery pick. I would term it as a hell no.
Exactly.
But as a role playing type, Jay Crowder, I think that's an interesting comp. I mean, I don't see why that couldn't be. You know, I think that might be accurate. You know, I'm trying to give him a little credit before I do that necessarily, and that's not even a terrible, thing to be a Jay Crowder. It's just, you would hope that at this young part of his development, he doesn't resemble that player just yet. And there's some more, upward trajectory in terms of his growth. But I think I don't know why he would be a number 5 pick. There's at least 4 to 5, 6, 7 other guys that are better talents and equal basketball players, I think, in terms of decision making, execution, and things like that. So I'm not a heavy AJ Griffin guy for sure.
I see him around that 7, 8, 9. I can see him there.
Really? I think that's even too high for him.
Okay.
Yeah. I as I was going through, some of these prospects, I mean, there's some guys that, like, I mean, I'm taking them just off the sheer talent, just because the peak is really special, and I'm a big guy that believes in these high school age guys. The younger you are and the earlier you get to the NBA, I feel like you don't really see the blocks as much, like the things that could stop you from reaching your peak as well. It's almost like you don't know what you don't know. And a lot of guys back in the day, they used to benefit from that. And I think, not having that, we don't really get a good read, but I feel like I like a lot of the really young guys that are coming, like the Jaden Hardys and Jalen Durans and guys like that. Like, I'm big on those guys right now.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I think he's interesting because of the fact that, to me, when I look at him, I mean, he's definitely got the NBA body, as was already mentioned. I don't know. I see like Wesley Matthews. Yeah. Like, like I don't know. I mean, that's not. Like that. Listen, Wesley Matthews was a really good player when he first came into the league. He's regressed a little, well, not a little bit, a lot, but he's also an older player. Like sometimes we forget in the.
I like that though.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you forget that
player too that was robbed because of injuries. Remember,
right? Exactly. No, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah,
because like sometimes you forget, like time passes by, man. We watch these NBA, and sometimes I forget. Like I've watched some of these guys, I forget how long they've been in the league, man. It's crazy. And with
I'm excited.
oh boy. So then with the thing with AJ Griffin is, like, he's 6'6", that's what they say, 222 pounds. This dude's solid, right? His per 36 per game, what they think it'll translate to is 16.9 points, 6.1 rebounds, 1.8 assists, 0.8 blocks, and 0.8 steals. Yeah, I got to tell you, if I'm I'm gonna keep it to the Knicks. If I'm a Knicks fan, I don't want AJ Griffin on my team. That's just me.
Hey, let me ask you one question, man, just real quick, because I hadn't been able to find it.
Yeah,
is AJ Griffin a 6'6" stretch Armstrong type that could probably guard 3s and 4s, or is he a neutral length guy that may have to transition to guard?
So you're asking, does he have a positive wingspan?
Yeah, yeah.
The answer is yes. Okay. It's just not a lot.
Oh,
it's a slight. Okay, I got you.
So he may have to guard 2s and 3s and not 4s then.
Yeah,
I would hope
have short arms and deep pockets.
Yeah, he's definitely probably.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't. This type of player is a guy we've seen come out of college and was highly touted. Then they get into the league, and because they don't have that uber elite game, you don't necessarily see the results right away.
Yeah.
So I mean, do you guys see? Let me just double check something, because I want to make sure everything is going good right now. I think. See here. Oh.
You okay?
Sheesh. No. Apparently they don't like my college basketball stuff.
Who, YouTube?
Yeah. Wow.
Well, who's next on the list? Don't worry about the videos. We'll be all right.
No, there ain't no list, dude. They dropped the video. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, you just gotta do that thing that you showed me.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that now, but I'm like wondering why they did that. Like, doing it the way they like you to do it, like you know, talking.
So you're not live right now, is what you're saying?
Nope. It could be because it's NCAA stuff, dude. Maybe the NCAA is a lot more strict with regards to their stuff as opposed to the NBA, which is crazy.
Me, I have guys that freaking they upload a whole game at games.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know what it is, and not only do I find the videos that I think are decent and not something that I won't give people credit for, but yeah, I don't know. Well, that's a bummer. So what I will do is I am going to, if you guys bear with me, I'm
just gonna reload the live.
Yeah, I'm gonna reload the live, and then I guess for the sake of argument, we're just gonna talk without videos.
Yeah, I was gonna say no videos.
No videos. So that sucks. All right, cool. All right, guys. So
let us know when we're live.
Yeah. I'm gonna. I got all your numbers. I'll just text you.
I don't know, Feet, how you're so high on Paolo.
Me.
Bro. I can see it.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know, the college game is something that, like, I don't trust it in terms of exposing a few, guys' ability. I did see a lot of his Drew League stuff, and I think I value when you're playing against men and how you perform and how you compete a lot more necessarily than sometimes when they're playing against, some of these the younger, those guys. I feel like he showed out very well at that in that level in that platform. Now that's not to say that it's a viable barometer for evaluating the guy 100%. But for me, I like to see how guys perform against. That's why I like the Jaden Hardy kid more, because I'm seeing how he performs against men. I think there's some value to going to the G League, getting those reps in. And I think it accelerates the learning curve when you come to the pros. And just because Paolo has struggled in tight spots, it's not like he's going to see better spacing than the pros. So I have to say to myself, okay, what's this guy going to look like with more room to operate, with systems that allow for him to have more movement, more actions to the rim, more actions in space. Like what can he do? Well, he's probably having more pro style experiences in the Drew League than he was in Duke times.
And just so you guys know, we are back up live. I don't know what the hell. I mean, I know what happened. I just don't know why we're back up live, because I really thought that I was going to have to do something real quick. And you didn't. But apparently we're back up. So unfortunately, guys, damn it, all my hard work.
Sorry,
I'm not gonna mess around, and I'm not.
We got the best guys in the business right here evaluating players. We got you.
Yeah. I'm not gonna mess around with them, because NCAA, they don't fool around. If they feel like I'm crossing the line, I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. So it's cool.
And my bad to ask the question to Fee. I thought we were off live. That's why I wanted to pick
No, it's cool. It's cool. So it's unfortunate that we can't at least get through the top 10 guys with the videos, because
I got some guys I want to talk about though. If that's
I know
okay.
we'll still talk about those guys. It's just we won't.
It's just no video. Yeah,
and it sucks because we were just about to get into Thomas's guy.
The Shea
man, the Shea kid. So, and I'm only doing this. Keep in mind, guys, I'm only doing this in this order because this is what was initially projected. By the end of the season, and when we get to the real draft time, this list is going to shift because Johnny Davis hasn't been mentioned yet, and Johnny Davis is going to be above some of these dudes. Believe me.
You know, I'm starting to have my. I watched Johnny Davis, and I don't know. I don't.
All right, hold up. Save it. We'll get to him. Save it.
Because you like Johnny Davis, don't you?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I love him. He's fantastic.
Because I sense that, and I was like, I like Johnny Davis, but I watch him on tape. And I don't know.
Yeah. That's all right. I mean, we could talk about it.
Yeah, I want to talk about
it. let's go into the next guy. And this, man, I wanted to show. If there was someone, I wanted to see highlights of this guy because we can't even see him play in college right now. So
right.
All right. So that is Mr.
It's a good thing.
Shaedon.
Maybe you guys can get him, a little later and later pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility, but no, dude. He's moving up on the draft.
I know.
Yeah. So that's Mr. Shaedon Sharpe. Shaedon Sharpe, go backwards because I got no per game per 36 minutes with this guy. He's 6'6". They got him listed at 6'6", 200 pounds. And I would say if you want to look at what his game might translate to, I mean, you guys can definitely YouTube him and check out what his game looks like from high school. It looks very similar to Jaden Ivey's game, but more polished, if you will, for what he can do. Like he's got a better in-between game, if you ask me. However, we don't know how that translates to college basketball or how that translates to the NBA game. So that's real. That's real open.
I like him. Like,
okay. Well, I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna save you for last because you smitten right now.
Come on.
What do you think about Shaedon Sharpe, these balls?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, and I'm gonna use the same line of logic that Feet used, where sometimes with these guys in college basketball and in G League, it's hard to pinpoint them because it's skewed by so many things. So imagine a guy in high school. So this is what I do see. I see, and you're going to use the word potential a lot, and it might be too much, but I potentially see a 3-level scorer. I potentially see a guy that can really handle the basketball and get to his spots. I potentially see a guy that already has an NBA body. You see? So I could go through the potential all day. Here's my point. If we miss out on certain key guys, right, I take a swing on Shaedon Sharpe, and I don't even think about it. Because even if it doesn't work out, you can't blame me for taking on this potential elite talent.
Yep.
So that's my verdict. I think there's some guys right now that I would take over him because I just feel like their games are much more polished because I'm able to see them. And I'm able to see what they can bring to the NBA game on possession-to-possession basis, where I can't do that with Sharpe. So my verdict with Sharpe is that if it's somebody that is available, if we missed out on all the better players that could read this game and be impactful NBA players, I have no problem taking a swing on.
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm with you on that. What do you think, Uncle Freezy? What do you think about Shaedon Sharpe?
Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, brother.
No, I'm just y'all know I'm joking, man. From what I see on the internet, and y'all know we can trust the internet, bro. Everything on the internet is true.
Facts on
you know what I'm saying? But
right.
But from being serious, it looks like he's every bit of 6'6", or sounds like he is every bit of 6'6". And if he's 200 pounds, man, this kid at 200 pounds, 205, man, with all these foot speed is plus. Athletic ability is plus. Right? The only thing I have questions about is his ball handling in traffic. You know what I'm saying? Because he can get into the rim and nothing. That's easy. Right? But if this kid is a bigger version of the kid that Houston got last year, if this kid is,
that's it.
Because in my opinion, he sounds like in early stages Zach LaVine. Very early stages Zach LaVine. right? You remember Zach LaVine and Zach at UCLA? You're like, man, this dude is so. That's what it sounds like. Get to the rim when he wants. And later on, the 3-point shot came on with Zach LaVine. It wasn't there early, right? Most kids that are the superior athlete in their class is not also the superior shooter in their class. You know what I'm saying? Usually those two things kind of at some point kind of melds or morphs into something, say year 2, 3, 4 in the league.
I like that. I feel like Colin Powell saved this dude.
This kid could go. This kid could be either the best player in this draft, or or not. I'll just put it that way. I don't want to call him a bust because we hadn't seen him play. But if the legend of this kid matches the talent and drive of this kid, then you may be looking at maybe the best player in this draft. Maybe the best player in this draft, last year's draft, and maybe next year's draft. You don't know. Because if he comes out in next year's draft, he may be a top 3 pick in next year's draft. Right?
Yeah.
So
why not scrape him up now?
Exactly. That's why you want to get, if you can get him.
And what I'm doing, if I am not an elite team, if I get this kid, the first thing I'm doing is firing my development department and overpaying somebody, the best development staff in the league, to come in and help me with this guy. And that investment would be worth it because he picks up stuff very fast. Based on the stuff you see on the internet, he's a very fast learner, very fast. And if he's got a year with Coach Cal, you already know that he's going to be a well-rounded guard.
Yep.
When he's drafted, right? But the thing is a lot of with all this stuff, you don't know because you hadn't seen them yet.
Exactly.
So it's also what I'm talking to you about is articles and numerous 13, 14, maybe 20 articles I read on the internet about this kid, but I hadn't seen him on tape. So if the articles and things and the scouting reports are true, and y'all know everything on the internet is true, right? Then this kid is going to be something special in time, not right now, in time.
Right. Let me go because Freezy's my guy, and I know he could take this type of back and forth. So here's my pushback. My pushback is that, and I have seen games from him. And I just think that high school is just so hard to evaluate. And I'll give you a perfect example.
Right.
Imani Bates.
Yep.
Imani Bates, if he was a senior right now in high school, forget about it. He'd be averaging 37. We'll always see him win the ESPN in the home.
37 and 20. Yep.
Yeah, right. But he went to Memphis and he's struggling. You know why? Because a lot of seniors that decide to go that route will also struggle just like Imani is right now.
Right.
So I have to, when I see evidences like that, right? And you know me, I base everything off evidence. When I see evidences like that, I take a step back and I say, okay, I see a lot of potential elitism. Love it. But I'm not going to go ahead and take him over a guy like Ben Mathurin, for example, that I already know in his first 2 years is going to be a 20-point scorer.
Yep.
Yep. All right. Well, what do you think, Prophet? I know, that you got some other opinions about it.
But I really think he's the best player in the draft besides Jabari Smith.
Wow.
And I will go off a high school tape. I have a grip. I feel like I have a good feel from seeing some high school tape, and I don't look at the production as much as I look at the actions. And when I watch him in every single action, he has tremendous body control.
Yeah.
Range to the half court line.
Great ball handle
at the top of the rim and above the top of the rim.
Right.
And when I'm a big believer, when you draft stars. You draft trying to attack and get a star, and you worry about it after that, fixing it together. I think when I look at this guy, and the only thing left is to see him against college guys, I don't even think that solves it for me. I'd rather see him in the G League against pros or guys that have played in the pros. And let's say I would comp him with Jaden Hardy's playing against pros, right? In the G League. And Jaden Hardy's, looks okay. He looks, solid sometimes and, stuff like that. And I think this kid's better than Jaden Hardy. So I have to say to myself, and I think Jalen Green was a perfect, look. Like, when I look at him, I think he has a better body than Jalen Green.
Yeah, he does.
So if you say Jalen Green and you add the body, it takes all the doubt out of it for me that I had for Jalen Green. I only thought the physicality was going to be an issue for Jalen Green. It has been, but it's not going to be the rest of the season because he's figured out how to operate at his size. So if you watch Jalen Green the last few weeks, last few days, like he's turning up a little bit, so he's got a bunch of 20-point games and so forth. He's getting volume, so let's not say it's all due to efficiency. He's getting tons of volume. But I mean, and Ron will tell you, like, I'm willing to stand by that proclamation that he could be the best player in the draft.
I'm writing it down right now.
Write it down, bro.
All right, got you.
He said Kobe.
I'll come back on and say, he called me out. He the man. And Freezy talking. I know Freezy probably like, you crazy too.
No, I think he's going to be good, bro. I think
he's better than Anthony Edwards.
Me too.
I really do. I think he's better.
Oh, wow.
I do. I really do.
Wait, and he thinks he's better. Okay, guys.
And he said,
and I know it sounds like kind of
what was that?
But he's practicing with Cal.
Right.
Like, anything that comes out of Kentucky becomes a star, in my opinion. Like, that's just how I feel about it when I look at a lot of prospects. They all become above average players in the pros, and it's because of the environment he sets. Well, if he's dominating practices with Cal, like, he's going to be a good pro. Like, it's just that simple. Because Cal's practices are intense as hell. And, you can look that up. You can watch the videos that there are of him. He challenges guys constantly. And if this kid is dominating the practices, not pissing off Cal, and who knows, maybe he is, who knows. But I just feel like in watching his tape, I saw a kid who's way above the rim. Like, my concern is, if you have that body, can you also have that level of explosiveness? He's got it, and like, I love Ochai Agbaji a lot. I like him a lot, and the physical tools are better, I don't know. I love Shaedon. Like I said, 3-level scorer, like you said, D. I mean, I don't think there's a doubt he becomes a 3-level scorer. I have no doubt he does.
I can see that.
Yeah, and so I know it's out there, but again, when you look at a high school prospect, you just want to see pure, unadulterated dominance, and that's what you see. So if I see that, then I don't question a guy's ability to translate it, unless I'm not seeing a guy that has a skill set
but let's keep
that doesn't go there.
In perspective, though. Let's keep it in perspective. So he dominated high school kids, the high school kids.
Yeah.
Right. So we hadn't seen him dominate college kids nor pros. And understand what you're saying. So if you're a unicorn, you're going to be a unicorn whether you're in the circus or the zoo. I get it.
He's special like that, though.
But what I think what we have to do, and I don't want to tamper the enthusiasm. What I would like to see from this kid is, if he's that good, prove it. That's all I'm saying.
And I'm totally invested in seeing if he does.
Right. I'm neutral. I'm not rooting against him in this scenario. What I'm saying is I just want to see him do it, because there are a lot of guys, and so the Oakland Raiders, any Oakland Raiders fans in here will attest to this thing, right? They'll attest to this. They drafted a receiver named Darius Haywood-Bay that raced Randy Moss and won. Right? You faster than Randy Moss, bro? At receiver? Okay. But Randy Moss is a Hall of Famer. And where is Darius Haywood-Bay?
Yeah, but that's a little different because there's so many other components to being a good receiver, though, like route running.
What I'm saying is the physical tools are there. Were there with Darius Hayward-Bay, right? But they didn't translate at the next level. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but this kid's got more polish to him. He's not just an athlete.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying.
Which makes it very intriguing. And which is why I would take a swing on him in a heartbeat because of those things that you just said.
Right. And even I mentioned a few minutes ago, if I had a middle of the stream development department, I would fire everybody and go get the best development people I can if I drafted him.
I support that.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at. I'm not saying that the kid is going to be a bust. I'm just saying we need to see this thing at the next level. And I mean, because we have a dude on our roster, Quentin Grimes. Quentin Grimes looked amazing at point guard in high school.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not an amazing point guard in the pros, bro. He's a different player in the pros. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Sure.
But this kid was the number 1 high school player in the country, right?
I believe he was, or top 2, somewhere around there.
Yeah. I think it was him and Durant, maybe. So.
Yeah.
Well, I love Shaedon. I'm not gonna lie, and yeah, I didn't even really acknowledge him until Ron mentioned it. Then I watched a video, and I was like, not just one video. I watched a lot of different videos because, like I said, I like to see how a guy moves, his actions, and once I can really read his actions, it tells me, okay, is he going to be able to get to his spots? Is he going to be able to do certain things? Like, I don't watch a guy's ability as much as I watch how he carries himself on the floor, how fluidly he moves, how you know how he gets into everything that he does on the floor. And Shaedon looks effortless in most things. It's almost like a little bit of a tease in the cheek that, again, yes, he's playing against high school guys, but then I'm saying to myself, okay, is he going to jump that high against pros? Yeah. Is he going to shoot that far against pros? Yeah. And so now, does he know basketball? Well, when I watch the tape, he can read that PNR. He can pull up and hit the mid.
Did you watch full games or watch highlights?
I watched like I would say they focused on a lot of. I didn't watch the full game, but I watched the highlights at least 3 games. So you know, that was important for me to like make sure I had a feel because like I could watch like an Abaji against pros 1 or 2 times against college guys and get a better feel. But when you watch a high school guy, you got to see what he looks like in different matchups a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
And you know, I was talking about with Ron. I remember looking at Anthony Simons' high school tape, and but what you saw was
wait. What was that last point? You broke up.
Oh, I watched Anthony Simons' high school tape. And I felt good about him, and it didn't even look as good as this kid's tape because you saw elite acceleration. You saw a guy that was comfortable and get into all of his spots. Yeah. Maybe not a magnificent shooter, but a guy that could get where he wanted to get whenever he wanted to get there. And he's still that guy. He's just now learning how to, you know.
And you know what's something that I thought was very unique about him that caught my attention is that he actually has a post game. Yeah. And he could take you in the mid, and I was like, "Whoa!" Like that. See, those type of things really catch my attention because he tells me he's seeing this game at a different level, and so that's why I spoke the praises of which I did to him. Do I think he's going to be Kobe Bryant? All the joking like that. I wouldn't even dare make such statements. But
yeah, I didn't say Kobe. I was joking when I said that. So
no, it's all good. It's all good. No, I'm saying for anybody, not sure. What I'm just saying is that that's a guy where you take the swing. And you say, you know what? I need elite talent. I need guys that can fill this void. I'm going to take a chance on this because I think that it's going to be a high risk, high reward type of thing. And I think that's what he kind of falls under because we haven't been able to see him.
Yeah. Right. And that'd be a departure. That pick would be a departure from the Knicks.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Because that's important.
The Knicks don't take the very hyped elite 18-year-old athlete. Like they took a very hyped 20. How old was Obi when he got drafted? 26?
Nah, 22.
Yo.
How old was Obi?
I think Obi was
23, man.
Okay. So Obi was 23 when he got drafted, right? But he was a great athlete though. And he showed stuff in school, right? And then they took the opposite. They took a very young RJ Barrett, who was not an elite athlete, right? Coming out of Duke, right? But they've never taken the very raw
Michael Porter
young, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you know, so if the Knicks did that, man, that would be definitely a departure.
Now, a question for you guys: do you think the fans would be accepting of that pick, or like if I was, the Knicks front office, do I have to say in the back of my mind, the backlash? Not having an immediate reward on the investment of an early draft pick?
It depends on who the front office is.
Okay.
That's one. And two, about the fans, it could be divided because, you would say, let's say, for example, Sharpe doesn't pan out. People would say, but you missed out on Mathurin. You missed out on Davis. You missed out on Ivey. You see, that would happen.
Yeah.
You see, but then if it goes ahead, it pops, right? It's the next best thing that happens to sliced bread, right? So, and the fan base is fickle like that.
Very.
Right. So to put it into a proper perspective, right? Just put it like this. And this is why I made the assessment that I made, because if we realize that we don't have certain players that we want, and we do that, and it doesn't work, the backlash wouldn't be as bad as if we ignored the talent that was available, but we decided to take the high risk. You see?
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Well, guys,
I'm
gonna try this. Okay, listen. It is what it is. You know what? Sometimes in life, you gotta take a stand, make a statement, and we try to do good work here. We believe our channel is a strong channel that provides decent content for the fellow viewer. And so that being said, I'm going to read my disclaimer, right? Because what we don't want to do is come off to appear to be silenced for doing nothing wrong. And we're only trying to provide good content for everyone. So we're going to try this again. It'll limit it. We're just going to see how it plays out. And if it is what it is, guys. Sometimes you got to take a stand and let the kids fall where they may.
He's fighting the machine right now.
Okay.
So let me just mention this. Let me mention this for the powers that be. All right, I got to read this because I can't put it all in the thing because it don't fit. You get character limits.
Let's go. Ready for the next guy.
This copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. We do not own clips or videos that are posted on or sports highlights. All highlights and clips are property of the NBA, the NCAA, the ACC, the SEC, ESPN, Broadband TV, in the NBA account. No copyright infringement is intended. All videos are edited following the fair use guideline of YouTube. And that is all listed on the YouTube channel in the section of the video when you click on it. So, we're just trying to provide some content, some analysis about certain college players in an effort to understand how that might translate to our NBA team, the New York Knicks. Now, that being said, why don't we take a quick look at Shaedon Sharpe? You know what I mean? We talked about him, but let's see a little video of Shaedon and see what we got going on here. Because you know what? If you're gonna take a stand, you might as well do it now. Throw the whole damn thing away.
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is Shaedon. Oh, bunnies!
These are great high school clips now.
Yeah. We don't got any college clips. I like to say that his game probably translates to a Brandon Roy, maybe even a little bit of this dude. Why I can't remember his name now, from Washington, the Wizards.
Beal,
Bradley Beal, correct. Yeah, I mean, look, he's very smooth with. Look at the shot. Ooh, release is nice. And hopefully this is coming through okay for everybody. And I think that the one thing about him is like he's very comfortable and confident. And I know it's high school. I get it. But I mean, look at how quick that leap is. He looks like he might be the type to be a standing dunker. You know, he's just got that good leaping ability, a very smooth stroke. You know, I like the fact that one, he can dribble into the paint and shoot a little floater like we just saw. But the other thing is he has a way of breaking down. Look at the strength. Look at the size of him.
Yeah, NBA body.
He's not a small kid. He's not a small kid.
Oh yeah.
Let me see. What did I say? What did I say his measurables were? 6'6", 200 pounds.
Yeah, and he's got a plus wingspan. So
I heard he's got a 47-inch vertical.
Woo!
And he's got a 7'2" wingspan.
Oh, did you see? He's
7'2"
right there, B. Woo.
I didn't see
Yeah, I'm joking, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yo. I was like, what? 7'2"?
Yeah, it's 7'2", 47-inch vertical. Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but yeah, but he definitely is floating right there, man. I like his game for what it is, and I think one thing about what Freezy I think pointed to before, as far as he could be a bust and a boom or bust type of player, we don't know, but I will say this.
No doubt.
And that's all I'm going to show. I'm not going to keep showing the highlight. I'm not pushing my luck. What I will say is we've seen bust. So to me, I think he's better than a Frank Ntilikina or a Kevin Knox. So there's
no discussion about that.
Obi Toppin, we know bust.
We know what a bust looks like, bro.
Damn, you saw Free sneak Obi in there, big. Damn, bro.
How Obi strained a hamstring on a flight to Phoenix?
Oh, dude, listen, I'm gonna get Freezy an Obi jersey, an Obi warm-up jersey, an Obi bobblehead. Right, I know when your birthday is too.
I probably strained my hamstring putting it on.
Andre Bryant said I heard he was 6'7". Yeah. His stats and attributes are physical attributes are increasing by the second, bro.
Yeah. I heard he ran a 4.240, bro.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah. There you go. Because the wide receivers in the NFL draft are all running for. They're fast. Yeah. Marvin S said, and this is the key, guys. This is what's going to happen. And I wanted to point to this. Thank you for bringing that up because I forgot. With everything else going on, I forgot my point. Marvin S said, Ron, don't you think every other NBA team is seeing that also? He won't be there. I agree with you. You know why I say that? Because we saw teams jump out the window last year and early, Oklahoma
took a Josh
City,
Giddey.
Josh Giddey, and San Antonio. I mean, they took Joshua Primo early. So certain things
and
like
Franz
that.
Wagner.
Yeah, he's not going to be there. So it's
well,
not.
I mean, I think there are teams that are nervous about those things I mentioned, the fans, the potential people saying, "Hey, you reached." There's some teams that
And plus, you got to think a lot of those teams early. They have a lot of wings and guards, so it'll be interesting if they do take a swing on that. How do they adjust that? And then if they do take it, how would the minute distribution work? And will that impact his development? And there's so many questions with that.
He gonna play.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well,
you think Tibbs gonna play him?
Tibbs gonna be gone. Tibbs not survive. I don't want to go in that direction because we were in the draft mode, but I don't think Tibbs survives this year.
We know he doesn't survive.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm with you guys.
These said there's no wishful thinking.
The only thing we want is that we just want the administration gone with him. Not
really. So you don't like the front office now?
Of course not. That's a whole other 2 hours. But
I missed all that, so I want to hear about it though. I do. I really do.
Well, you know what? Maybe once we go through the top 10, because I kind of do want to get away from this stuff. I don't want to push my luck too much, even though I'm not willing to be silenced. Let's just get through this top 10, and then maybe we could touch a little bit more on that.
That's a learning experience for me, just to kind of get a feel for what particulars about the front office you're really not feeling.
Right, absolutely. Right. Believe me, we can have you on the couch for quite a while.
There's a lot there. Believe me. So, that brings us to the next, person. And once again, I've said this and I'm going to continue to say it, it's our own disclaimer. This is not necessarily the order that these guys are going to go in. Maybe nowhere near it. This whole thing could get shifted.
Right.
But the next person that I think we should talk about is
Benny.
No, it's
This is the last one I can do because Purdue's coming on and I have to.
Okay, good. So
Jaden.
that's why I'm gonna make sure that this is the guy that you like. So
okay, thanks.
yeah. And that would be Mr. Johnny Davis.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Johnny Davis.
Play a slow jam.
Yeah, that's right. You damn right. Holding hands and everything. You damn right.
Yeah,
but you know, and as human beings, we each have a guy like that in our hearts. You know that. So
yeah, and guys, listen, I actually had I believe I have Keegan Murray ahead of Johnny Davis, listed at the 7 spot. However, because of time and the fact that D's got to leave, I just bumped him up. So I know you see number 8 right there. You know, really we should be talking about number 7, Keegan, but I want to touch on Johnny Davis while we got D's ball, and then we'll
it's interesting in that mock draft they actually have Keegan at 7. It kind of interests me, but anyway,
I know that's what I said. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's funky. It's funky.
Why would they have Paul Millsap at 7?
So I'll make this quick.
Yeah, and just so people know, because I know some people might be tuning in right now, we've already kind of went through the list of. We went through Chet Holmgren. We went through Jabari Smith Jr. We went through Paolo Banchero, Jaden Ivey. We went through AJ Griffen, and then Shaedon Sharpe. And like I said, normally we would go with Keegan Murray here, but we're doing Johnny Davis for the sake of time and to get D's take on one of his favorite guys. So continue, my friend.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll go on his negatives first because I'm a fair person. He has work to do on his 3-point shot. His catch and shoot's okay, but off the dribble, it's just not there. And that's something. I mean, he is I think it's like an 82-83% foul shooter. You see the beautifulness in his rotation, how it goes off his fingers. I think it's something that he will develop in the NBA. He also has an issue going right, which is interesting because he's right-handed. He's way more comfortable going left, which is not a bad thing. I just think that it's just something that he has to improve when he gets into the league, where he's going to have to be able to go both directions, especially at how versatile he is in different shots that he can get. I know he's not a super athlete. I know he's not super dynamic. I believe I'm well aware of reality, but the fact that he's just an average, maybe a little bit more than above average athlete and stuff like that, he has a way of reading the game, and he has an array of moves in the mid post over each shoulder. Okay, he's got a good step back on either side of the floor. Okay, I think in the mid-range, he's shooting something like 53% off a high volume in the mid-range. So this guy's a mid-range killer. He's a much better passer than people give him credit for, and he can pass with both hands. He averages 8.5 rebounds. Okay, he has a good NBA body. He's nice and wide. He's got a good span. I believe he could defend 2s and 3s in this league. I think I'm trying to see what else if I missed anything. No, I think I pretty much covered. So I do understand the flaws in his game, but I do understand too that, and I tell you this, I don't care what you are, where you come from, what color, how big you are. If you could read the basketball game, you always have a spot on my team. And I look at his potentiality in being an effective scorer in this league, especially in the mid-range. And I say, wow, this guy can go get his own bucket. And he's a team guy. He's not a selfish guy. Does he sometimes not read the game? Well, of course, he's freaking human. But I could show you hours of film and show you how he reads his game so well. So I'm very high on him. I think it's something that the Knicks should be interested in, especially if they're on the 5, 6, 7 spot.
Wow. Okay. I like it. I like it. What do you think about this gentleman, Uncle Freezy?
Where's Freezy? What happened to him? Is he there?
No, he's not here.
Oh no, we lost him. Oh, my bad.
Hey, Freeze, I'll speak for Speezy. Freezy loves his Benny. He loves Ben Mathurin.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Thomas, what do you think about Mr. Johnny Davis?
I don't like.
I know you kind of alluded to it a little bit, but
yeah. Well, you said it perfectly, D. He has limitations athletically that I think show up at the pro level. And he is the perfect coach's favorite type of player. So, and I think, you being a basketball guy, you're in love with him.
We love him. That's right.
But I also think, I think the problem I have with him is there are guys that can do what he does and are more athletic that I could go above him. Abaji is my guy that I would say. Benedict Mathurin is also a guy I could go ahead of him. And my comp to him is Dylan Brooks, to be honest. That's my comp. So, with that being the case, I'm concerned about if, I'm willing to invest anything heavy on him. He's just he's a nice role player guy. He could show up and be very, very productive in the right system, a Spurs type guy or something like that, he could show up. But I'm just not heavy on him as a high end type of prospect. I just don't see it, But I don't think he's a bad player at all. He's an excellent player. He's a very good player. He's a very, very good player. And like you said, he knows how to play basketball. Yeah. And that's a huge part of the transition to being an NBA player.
Yeah.
Being able to assimilate into that pro style game, get you minutes, get you an opportunity to continue to develop a lot earlier than a guy that is high potential, but is so far behind on the IQ level that, the coach is afraid, like a Tibbs would be afraid of putting him on the floor and letting him learn, and again, when I think about that, I think about, Johnny Davis at one end of the spectrum and then a Jericho Sims at another end of the spectrum, not getting an opportunity, not getting a chance to develop. And I'm thinking the only reason he hasn't had an opportunity is because maybe he doesn't trust his acumen in basketball. That's my concern. I'm not sure you guys can tell me that, but I think that's the only reason why Jericho hasn't, garnered more time, because I think the physical gifts are there. And I think he can help them more than, So, I look at Johnny Davis as, a nice fit guy, or more of a need guy. And I'm not a big need guy in terms of lottery picks,
I totally understand your disparity towards it. Believe me, I really do.
Yeah. I will tell you, I was going to say that as far as his measurables, Johnny Davis, they got him listed at 6'5", 196 pounds. His per 36 minutes per game, translating into the NBA, they got him averaging 21 points, 8.5 rebounds, 2.3 assists, a little under a block, and 1.2 steals. And I know the thing about him, I know he's
excellent rebounder.
And when you look at his game, he doesn't look, because he's not an above the rim type of player, but
he's not.
He's got skills, and if he can translate this type of numbers in the NBA, not saying he will, but I'm saying if he could, that shows you a lot. That makes him, to me, an elite type of player, to not have that true athleticism and to be able to put up points like that and to be able to grab rebounds like that without having that type of athleticism. Yeah, that's a special player.
So let me show you a guy. This is my pushback to Feats, right? And it's a friendly pushback.
Oh yeah, it.
There's a guy that plays very similar to the way he does. I'm not talking about as far as skill set, but as far as like his measurables and his athleticism and stuff like that. Devin Booker ain't gonna wow you with his athleticism. He ain't going to wow you with his dynamicism, but he always gets to where he wants to get on the basketball court. And I feel that Johnny definitely has that intangible.
Can't argue with that at all.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, I could see that as well. Like, so I think, and the other thing about Johnny Davis is he may not, especially in a Knicks system, things have to change. And if these right and things do change and the system gets opened up and used, okay, then Johnny Davis could be fine. But in this current system, the way we already have a little bit of a pecking order with RJ and Randall, I don't know how you're going to be able to see the best of Johnny Davis. Like his development curve may take a while under this current way.
And that's a legitimate concern. And
is he not comparable to Grimes for you guys?
Say that again.
Is he not comparable to Grimes for you guys? Except Grimes might be a better athlete.
I think I think Johnny Davis has a better offensive game.
Yeah, he has a better offensive game. Exactly. Like he could get to his spots on the court where Grimes, after his second dribble, he's picking up the basketball and he's looking where to pass it. Where you won't see Johnny be doing that. He'll actually put somebody in the post and do a fadeaway on him over his left shoulder type of thing. Like he's that type of guy. But back to your concern, Ron, right? Here's my thing, right? If you were willing to do it for Evan Fournier, right, and put RJ at the 3, why wouldn't you not be willing to do it for Johnny Davis?
Good point. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, that's a good point because I would be willing to do it. Yeah, I'm with you on that. And that's the thing, like, you know, it's definitely, see, this is interesting because the Johnny Davis might be there. We don't know. Know. This draft is very funky because certain teams might really jump out the window. And then there might be somebody that we don't even think is in top 10 worthy, and some team in the top 10 just snatches them because they see something in them. A la we said about Primo and no, I forgot the OKC guy.
Josh Giddey. You got it.
Josh Giddey, right. Yeah. So, yeah, we just don't know what to expect. It's
See, here's the thing about Davis, right? And I the Purdue game is almost starting. This other game hasn't ended yet. Here's the thing with Davis. He's not sexy. You see, like, it's not sexy like a Ben Mathurin. You see, where you're like, ooh, wow, look at that first step. Damn, look at those measurables. He got to be a body already, right? It's not like that. And I think that's why it's a possibility he might fall in our direction if we're around 5, 6, 7, because other teams are going to think like that too. How many times in the NBA have we seen them take the sexy pick instead of taking the basketball pick, and that sexy pick not work for you?
But here's what my concern is about this guy too. You know, like it's not sexy. I'm not fooled by that. You know, you're not fooled by that, D. You know, like you're a basketball.
Right.
You know it, Ron's saying. But can he create space, like legitimate space? Because what I see when I look at him is he doesn't really get guys outside of an arm's length on him. So, like, I want to see you be able to get a guy off you to where the contest is negated. So, because you're going to get the contest on every single shot in the pros. So you have to be able to garner more space, and he doesn't have the foot speed. I think he has a ball handle, but I don't think it's elite enough for him to get space often enough.
I got you.
You know, and that's my concern with him. So, like, is he going to get to all the things he's able to get to? Because I'm sorry about that. And in college, you can get away with that with the physicality angle. You know, where you can just be bigger, stronger, better. You know, he's really good in using his leverage and his strength. You can that's an obvious thing as soon as you see him. But when you get to the pros, all the guys can do that. Like in terms of the defenders, it's very hard to exploit guys in that area in the pro level because they're very polished defenders after a certain point.
I got you. So if you watch him against Rutgers, right? Rutgers have a kid called Caleb McConnell, right? Which he should be invited to a combine because his on-ball defense is actually very good. Yeah, he's got great measurables. He's a strong kid, right? He's got work on his shooting, but as far as defense, he should be invited, right? And that was a good battle for Johnny to see what it would look like against what you're talking about. So I would invite you to watch that game. And
I want to
and
know ahead of time.
what do you mean?
How'd he do against McConnell?
Oh yeah, 19. But my point being is that even when you can see the difficulties of what you're talking about, and don't forget, none of these NBA players are perfect. I mean, none of these NBA draft prospects are perfect. Like, you know, there's pros and cons to the game, and there's ways that you could take them out of their elements and not, right? But I saw him against a team with a stellar arm ball defender that built a wall around him, and he was still making the right reads and had 19 points. And I'm like, wow. See, that's what I think about Ben Mathurin, is that Ben has a very good team around him. Where in Wisconsin is very Johnny Davis centric. So it's like I want to see Mathurin. I think we are going to see in March Madness. We're going to see him be crowded, and that's why I'm interested to see where Ben is. You see, because it looks real good when you have a Koloko and they have a Tubelis and stuff like that, and they make life for him easy. And plus, Ben is a great passer. So he's able to, you know, like avoid those type of things happening in a game because he reads the game well.
Yeah, and great point. I want to say, you know, comment to you. Great point. And, you know, the focus is all over Johnny Davis every single game. And he still executes and performs. And it's not easy to do that. It's actually so hard to do that.
You play ball, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you ever win a guy? I put a lot of AAU. I got against teams where they just – the hedge is high. They're trapping me at the sideline.
They're not going to let you get into any spot you want, and then nothing's going to be comfortable. Not one shot you're going to take all day comfortable. So you got to understand, what am I going to do? Am I going to force shots, or am I going to get myself free by using my teammates, making kicks, let them make a few shots, take the attention off me. When I get mine, I knock down and make down my place. And so I'll give you a lot of credit because Johnny Davis, you know, definitely you can depend on him, and that's a talent that I think is under evaluated. Can you depend on this guy in all spots?
Yeah. And how does he do when he's double teamed or there's a defense that's surrounding him? How does he react? You see, like, for example, like we use RJ Barrett all the time, right? One of the things he has an issue with is that when that second or third guy comes, sometimes he has a problem reading where he wants to go, right? And I'm saying that if you would have put the ball in his hand in the first season, you wouldn't have that problem in year 3. So it's very important to put players in that position is the point.
Yeah, great points.
Good point. Yeah, dude. Did the game start yet, D?
Almost. We can do one more.
Oh, let's go. All right. So, being that we can touch on one more, let's go straight into.
Can we cover O'Shea?
Excuse me.
Can we cover O'Shea Agbaji
over Ben Mathurin?
Oh, my fault, Ben. No.
I
Ben.
mean,
we got to do Ben.
Ben. I'm with that. Support that. 100%.
Yeah. So let's jump right into. Oh, you know what? This is funky, guys. Like I said, I gotta touch on. I'm sorry, D. I gotta touch it because I don't want to be too far away from what this projected draft class was looking like.
Okay.
And I seen a lot of his name in the chat, so we might as well touch on him. I have to do Ben Mathurin after. That is Mr. Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
So, thing about Keegan Murray is he is, I mean, I guess you could say that he's the type of player that is maybe like what we got to witness last night firsthand from the Phoenix Suns in Mikal Bridges. He's probably not as good. Well, no, I think he is. He probably is. Yeah, no, he is as good defensively as what you see from Mikal Bridges. He could definitely be that. But he's probably a little bit more potent offensively. He's, got that pretty three-point shot. He's got that versatility. I honestly think, some people I saw comp. Oh, wait a minute. This is funny. I saw some people comp him to a Pascal Siakam, which, okay, all right, maybe I could see it. Because he's 6'8", listed at 6'8", 215 pounds. But then another comparison he got, and this you got to throw out the window. I don't know what they were smoking on this one. They compared him to Obi Toppin. What? What? Come on, man. We see Obi. This Keegan Murray is no Obi. Obi wishes he was a Keegan Murray.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
Obi was Keegan Murray. Come on, man.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it would be a totally different conversation if he had some of these skills that Keegan has.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes, it would, bro. Yes, it would. Like, and he's just the other thing is he's got good bounce too. He's got, that athleticism is pretty damn good too. He can definitely, dunk from right under the rim. He can jump up. He's got a good first step.
Yeah.
But I like that shooting stroke. Oh, Obi, Obi, go talk to Keegan Murray. See if you can get that, B. That shooting stroke is
go trade with Keegan Murray for a couple of weeks, bro.
Yeah, man, that don't exist. What do you think about Keegan Murray?
Okay, I can see why a lot of people like him, and deservingly so. He has a lot of tools in the toolbox, and he could do a lot of things with the basketball. I think his problem is a lot like Johnny, where it's not like super athletic, right? And it's not like super dynamic. So of course it comes to the non-sexy category with him, but he definitely does have a lot of skills. I'm going to be real with you. I do have to watch a couple more games with him because there's certain things that I want to assess. I want to assess how he is off the ball. I do want to assess how he is on weak side. I've seen him a little raw sometimes. I just want to see if that was a game or two thing, or is this a consistent thing with him? So, but as far as offensively, I could cover. I mean, the guy can pretty much do anything that you ask of him. I think he's a better passer than people give him credit for. And I can see why Keegan can be in people's top 10. So no problem with that.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I see it too. And then especially when you look at our Knicks team, we're devoid of overall talent at a lot of positions. Some of these guys that in a weak draft, some of these guys, there's certain things we can point to and say, well, how can we use that on our team? And is this better than this person? Like if you had a choice between Keegan Murray and Obi Toppin right now, you got to lean towards Keegan Murray. Like, I mean, come on. It is what it is. It's not fair. It's in some ways it's not fair to Obi because Obi's game might be so much better with a point guard who can get him his shots, get him to spots, get his game going in transition. So you might see a whole different type of Obi Toppin. But right now, it's not working. What do you think, Prophet?
Hold on, the air fryer. Give me a second.
Oh, all right. Yeah, you cooking for real. So, that's okay. Like,
all right, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Oh, well, hold on. Let me do this real quick. So,
okay, no problem.
Let me just say, so per, hold on. What's going on here? Boy. Let's try that again. I don't know. For whatever reason, guys, it's not even allowing me to click on the screen I just had. Per my 36 minutes, I can't give you what it says. I want to give you guys the breakdown, but it's not letting me. So feel free, Prophet. Go ahead. Give your spiel, buddy.
So when I watch Keegan, is for me, it's again and D's 100% on it. And I know for me, I'm a little biased. Again, I'm an athleticism type of guy. I love to see it. I think it translates having it. Not having it makes the job a lot harder at the pro level. But I also think there's some value. Hold on one second. Sorry, that's my dog. Puppy. Anyway. Yeah, I think there's some, I think there's some value to a guy that can play in the way that they play. I just think drafting them so high concerns me because I think there's higher ceiling guys there. And I think the combination of skill and athleticism is the way to go. And I don't see that necessarily with a Keegan or with a Johnny Davis. I'm a coach. I have a coach mentality. I love guys that make plays, make the right decisions all the time. Yeah. But not gonna lie, I love a guy with athleticism, those things, and I see those things from him. I see the real motor. I see those things. Neither of those guys are lacking that. But when I look at the pro game, I love to see a guy with athleticism because I feel like it's a key to getting to access all of the skill and production you can possibly perform at the pro level. Doesn't mean like a guy like that can't get more athletic. Like you said, Devin Booker, that was a great, comparison makes you think. He's become a better athlete as a pro. He really has. And so like there's always that to keep in mind. And Keegan looks like he could be that guy. But for me, I'm not touching that guy that early. I'm not doing it because, again, especially if I'm the Knicks, I'm looking for another star. I need one.
Yeah.
I need somebody to line up next to RJ. And that is absolutely the goal, the focus right now. And I don't want anyone's leftovers. I want a young guy that I know can be the guy. Like, I love Trey Mann right now. If I could work a deal for a Trey Mann, if I was a Knicks, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Have him play point. Yes, he's a 2-1 tweener type of guy, something like that. But that's a game changer type of talent. Guy can get his shot, get to his spots. Nobody's stopping him. Yeah. So, those are the type of talents I'm looking for,
Yeah. And it's a matter of preference, right?
Yeah,
because
it is. It really is. It comes down to that.
Of course it is. Because like you and me, we could be on the couch and I can give you pushback as to how athleticism and measurables have worked against a lot of NBA teams in the draft. So and you hit it right on the nail. Of course, the utopia is having the best of both worlds of that, right? But that's why I've done the history on the draft, right? And I'm a student to this, and I see and I'm like, you know what? And my evidence has shown me that guys, it doesn't matter if they can jump or not, or be fast or slow. Guys that could just play basketball at this level have longer careers. And guys like a LeBron or a KD or those generational type of guys or that superstar type of thing, it comes around, but it doesn't come around as often as you think. So when it does, of course, you want to hit it and you want to get it right there. But it doesn't always come like that. And I think Jaden Ivey is a perfect example of that, where he has all those things that you would love.
He's so raw, though. He's a lot rawer than I would like personally.
No, but I mean,
polish,
I was just talking about as far as athleticism and the measurables, because even when he's 6'3", he still has like a 6'8", 6'9" wingspan. Yeah. So that's like, hey, and it becomes sexy and you want to get to know it now. And now all of a sudden it's on your top 3 board and stuff of that nature. Mm-hmm. But then I go ahead and watch him read the game and I'm like, oh no. This is not that happy balance that everybody thinks it is.
Yeah.
And I thought you hit around the nail with the happy balance. Then that was a great point.
Yeah, and I think that's important. Like, as you look at every player, I mean, and I would say this to any fan, but D, Ron, you already know this, but anybody else evaluating prospects, it's how can I put that blend together? What am I seeing that allows me to see a guy that has peak level athleticism, but has great balance in his jump shot, has a nice array of moves, ability to get open, and always do everything under control. That's the number one thing I look for. I look for guys who have command of their game and the game overall. That's my big. That's why I like Shaedon Sharpe so much, because he never looks like he's rushing. He never looks like he's not in control of the game, like the whole game. And that's a scary thing to see, as such a young guy. So
I don't blame him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
That's good points. Good points. How we looking, D?
We can do one more. This Arkansas Tennessee game taking forever.
Spitting them out here. Let's go, folks.
Arkansas, did they come back?
Well, the Tennessee's up 3 right now, and I think Arkansas just got the basketball.
Was Arkansas down 24 early?
I'm not sure. I just tuned in because this is not one of the games I was watching today.
I'm sorry. I'm like, sorry.
No, you good. So that brings us to now. We can talk about him since we got a little time. That's Benedict Mathurin.
Yeah, Betty.
Yeah, man. This dude's like a very smooth operator over here, man. I really like his game. I think he. I saw a comparison to Quentin Richardson. I thought it was interesting because Q was a baller, man. Q looked good. And now I got it up, so I might as well just say it. So, guys, just so you know, the per 36 minutes per game for Keegan Murray translates to 27 points per game, 9.8 rebounds, 1.6 assists, 2.4 blocks, 1.5 steals. This, my friends, is no Obi Toppin.
No.
So, yeah, okay. Get that out the way. So back to my man Benedict Mathurin.
Yeah.
What do you think about him, D?
Ooh, if we were to take him over Johnny, I wouldn't be mad. And that's how good I think he is. Has the sweetest mechanics in this draft. His mechanics are so beautiful. I question his shot creation. And although I still question it because I don't feel he's met the defense as some of these other guys, but he has looked better over the last week or two inside the PNR. He's making really good decisions off it. He's attacked it a lot better. You could tell when he goes up, right? There's even when he's athletic and he has a very good first step, there's an average athleticism to when he goes up on contact. I look for that for something for him to work on moving forward. He has an NBA body already. I believe he could play the 2 or 3. I believe he's a stellar defender. I believe he's a team guy. I believe he has heart. He always guards team's best perimeter players. He has no problem shying away from such things. He's a decent rebounder. At that, I think he will benefit in the NBA going up and down. I think the half court might slow him up a little bit and not really taking advantage of his dynamicism with his first step and stuff of that nature. And especially he can spread the floor so well in transition, he would be a nightmare. I like what I see from Ben. I want him to improve on him being able to finish on contact a bit better. His ball creation or his shot creation is still in question for me, even though it has gotten better. So it's something to look forward to. And I think he's a baller in this week. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the second and a half season and he's averaging 20. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. What do you think, Prophet?
I think, my comp for him is Harrison Barnes. Just touch more athleticism. Coming out of college, just like is really polished. I do, and I question like D. Like I said, you always bring up good points, man.
Thank you.
The ball handling, man. Like you want to see more. You want to see more in the shot creation opportunities. So, I think it's important to make sure we see that throughout the tournament, to just trying to get a better feel for that. But other than that, he's clean, man. He's clean. I mean, there's not much. The jump shot, the athleticism, it's that mix that I was talking about. So there's nothing. And as he becomes a more experienced pro, it's probably going to get better. Probably going to only get better. He's a good pick for anybody that gets him. They're gonna
and the best part is that he's a newborn puppy. He's 19.
Wow. Oh wow.
But yeah, it's that scary to be that young and to be that good at such a young age.
And when you say good, you also mean like he plays with such control, balance, pace. That's important. Like people got to understand, like if you can do that at the pro, like if you can show that when you get to the pros, you're not going to have that right away off the top.
Right.
So if you can do that a little bit now, it becomes a little bit easier for you.
Yeah. I'm going to get to this game. Ron, thank you for having me. Your manners, and the way you conduct yourself is always A+ on my book. I always mention that whenever I'm with you. So thank you for having me. Prof, thank you for the conversation. I greatly appreciate it. Can I get your contact from Ron for you? Would that be okay? All right, cool. Sounds great.
Always, man. I tell Ron all the time, man. I love and respect, your knowledge of the game, the way you assess it.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
So I'll definitely talk to Ron about that, and we'll definitely talk it up and chop it up sometime.
Sounds good, bro.
Let me get ahead. Freezy, take care, brother. I'll see you on Monday, bro.
All right.
All right, take care, y'all.
All right, D. Freezy, welcome back. I'm sure you want to chime in. I know this is one of your guys. You want to chime in a little bit on Benedict Mathurin?
Ron, this is your guy, bro.
Yeah, you think this is the dude?
This is who you want. This is what you want next to RJ Barrett. If you want the ball in RJ Barrett's hands, and I'm just saying in general, right? Because I know this is a general NBA prospect thing, right? Ben Mathurin does so many different things so well that he is the perfect complementary piece. Will he be an alpha out the gate? I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But is he a great athlete? Yes. You're on a scale of 1 to 10, saying the most athletic guy pound for pound in the NBA is probably who? LeBron, Zach LaVine, something like that.
I think LeBron. I mean, maybe now at his older age, he's lost that a little bit, but he was the guy. Zach LaVine might be one of those guys still. Now,
Derrick Jones Jr.
Oh yeah, that's what he's
Derrick Jones.
Oof.
Yeah, so a touch under him is Ben Mathurin, but can shoot. Right? With upside and passing a little bit. Now he's not gonna fool you. Now he's not Magic Johnson, right?
Mm-hmm.
But making the basic plays, you know how Mitch goes all game without being open under the rim and nobody finds him? Well, Mathurin won't have that problem.
Right.
Find him. Not only throwing the pass, but creating the passing angle, right? To make that pass. Right? Mathurin is it. And the fact that he's 6'7", 200 pounds at guard is not a bad thing, considering most teams guards are what, 6'4", something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
And so I would say Mathurin. Now he's not the number one pick, right? Because you know when you get in top 5, you're trying to draft franchise altering, potentially all-time greats in the top 3, right? The top 4, right? But if you're talking about somebody that's going to be 22 points a game, 5 rebounds, 3.5 assists, defensive upside, this kid is, and he's a good kid. And guess what? He, from what I hear, is Canadian. And I know most teams around the league, they don't not really feeling the Canadian guys, but Denver has a Canadian guy named Jamal Murray. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so he has a Canadian guy named SGA. Who else?
Right.
So Feats, who else around the league has a Canadian star? Anybody else around the league have a Canadian star?
Would the Knicks RJ Barrett qualify?
Oh, RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett. Okay. So you know, I'm just gonna say.
Oh, we also got to remember Andrew Wiggins, though.
Yeah, he's an all-star this year. He's a great defender. He's in.
I love Benny though too, man. I'm with you, brother. Everything, I love it all.
The thing with Ben Mathurin is, if your team needs consistent outside shooting, I think he's the guy. Now, if you need a guy that's going to be slashing to the rim every time you touch it and throwing it down in traffic, he can do that occasionally because of his athleticism. But he's not that guy.
Yeah.
Right. He's not the attacker. He's, in my opinion, right, he is the baby of Allen Houston and Latrell Sprewell. In that mold, if you can imagine both of those players, not as good as both, because at the end of the day, we have to keep in context who both of those guys were shooting guards during the Michael Jordan era. Were those guys as good as Drexler, Reggie Miller, Michael Jordan, Vince Carter? I don't think so. I think they were like a touch below those guys. Like if there was a top 10 or 12, I think they fit in there. But they were definitely not Michael Jordan or Reggie Miller or Clyde Drexler or Mitch Richmond.
Right.
And that they were not in that case. But if you talk about a notch below that, then,
Freezy, what do you think? I comped him to Harrison Barnes a little bit. Young HV.
I think he's more DeMar DeRozan with a jumper.
Really?
And size.
Well, hey, whoa. What do you mean a jumper? DeMar DeRozan got a jumper?
But
you mean a 3-point shot?
That freak of a
3-point shot?
No. I mean, legit. And remember, I just said he's the baby of Allen Houston and Latrell Sprewell. See, DeMar DeRozan has a jumper, but he doesn't have an Allen Houston jumper. You know what I'm saying?
I see.
I mean, it's levels to this. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Houston with more range, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah.
You think because the thing is with Mathurin is remember where he is at right now in his development.
Yes.
Right. So think about Latrell Sprewell and Allen Houston at age 19.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm.
Not in their prime all-star type years. Right. Think about them at that age. Is what I want to make sure. We got to keep this thing in. All the prospects we talk about when we do player comps, don't look at the player right now. Like if we say DeMar DeRozan, don't look at MVP DeRozan. Look at DeRozan at
That's a good point. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah. Let's just we got to keep things in perspective. We don't want to. Yeah, we don't want. Come on, man. We ain't trying to go to the moon with this stuff. Everybody's not going to be Jordan.
Yeah, because this DeRozan right now, it took a lot of seasoning to get to this point.
A lot of seasoning.
Right. Yeah.
Because he came in as just a raw athlete with, the ability to get to the rim whenever he wanted to. I think
him and Sonny Weems. Remember Sonny Weems?
Yeah.
And Anthony Parker, Candace Parker brother. Remember Anthony Parker?
Yeah. I love Sonny Weems, but he couldn't do nothing.
He couldn't put it. He just couldn't put it all together. That's all.
Yeah.
Because the talent was there. He just couldn't put it. But the thing with Mathurin is his stroke, man. He's got the hop jumper, the 2-step. The bunny jumper, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for those, it's the easiest jumper to have, and to be the most consistent one. The 1-2, the 1-2, get your feet set. That's harder to do, but if you master it, you'll be a better shooter. But you want to teach the second one because you can get it more consistent earlier and get the reps up, right? So Mathurin is that guy. If a lottery team gets him, like say for instance, if Oklahoma City gets him and Giddey and Trey Mann, who I love.
Yeah, you're a Trey Mann fan too. I love it, bro.
Man. I would trade Obi for him right now.
Do it, bro.
Yeah, but if you get him in that situation where Mathurin has no pressure on him to develop into the guy, I think their backcourt of the future would be Josh Giddey and Ben Mathurin going forward. And they would have a 6'7" backcourt. One is do it all. The other one is do it all, silky smooth. Bro, I don't know if y'all like silky smooth athletes or if you like explosive athletes. Because you know what I'm saying?
I like both. That's why I like Mathurin too, man. I like him just, when you watch him, it all looks under control. That's what I was just referencing. Everything, it's still explosive, but it's an under control explosive. And that's really hard to find, especially out of a 19-year-old, which I think is absolutely insane because I didn't know he was 19. But anyway, because he doesn't play like he's 19 at all. So
that kid is so Ron, like what I was saying is with the explosive athlete versus the smooth athlete, it's the Allen Houston is smooth athlete, right? Smooth like cognac. Sprewell was the explosive athlete that at any given second something dangerous could happen, right? But Allen Houston could do a lot of stuff to get to, and I think Mathurin is kind of a mix of both. Not saying that he's going to be better than both, but I'm saying he is like, you remember how D Poetic said Johnny Davis is not the explosive athlete, but he gets where he wants to on a court.
Right.
So Mathurin is not that. Mathurin is, in my opinion, going to be a 40% 3-point shooter from in the NBA for years. Right. And I think he could also be a great he could be the Sports Center top 10 highlight guy if the opportunity is there. Right.
Wow.
I'm not saying he's going to provide you with 4 dunks, highlight things a night, but he is the guy that I could see dunking on Bam Adebayo if the lane is there.
So you don't think he's similar to Anthony Edwards?
No.
And
no.
What's the big difference between those two?
Size, for one. Anthony.
Well,
Edwards,
he is sick. Benedict Mathurin is 6'7", 195 pounds.
Right. And then and Edwards is more of a linebacker build, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so Anthony Edwards is a power guard kind of like Drexler and Mitch Richmond used to be back in the day.
Mitch
Right.
Richmond is a really good comparison to
Excuse me, Freezy, if I could ask a question. What is Mathurin projected to be coming out at? What number? In the,
top 10.
I see. Yeah.
Top 10.
Yeah, I see him at 10. I see him at 11. But a lot of people, he's starting to move into that 10-9 range. Yeah.
What I wanted to do, guys, is I wanted to pose a question to you guys. What the question was is let's think like GMs, guys. Are the Knicks ready to win now, or you think we're gonna be looking for 2 to 3 years down the road? The reason I'm saying this is with the draft capital, and the money that we have, I would say we use that capital, put it together in a package, because we need right now. If you look at the last 8 games, we could have won every one of those games with what? An NBA ready point guard, right? How about putting that together and getting a veteran, decent, real good point guard in a trade, use that draft capital, and then we ready to win next year? Because I want to be honest, if you get Ivy or any one of these young players, will the Knicks be ready to win next year? And with the fan base and everything that's going on in New York, everybody wants to win now. And if you think about it, seriously, even in all the games that we have lost recently, we win every game with an NBA point guard at the point of those games. The Knicks could have won every one of those games. What you guys think about that?
Bro, well, it's 2 things. So Ron was doing the scouting show, right? Just going over the prospects. That's why I didn't speak to just the Knicks stuff. And two, you have to consider what the Knicks went through this year. We can't assume that the Knicks are not ready to win now, because it's 2 things.
All right.
What does win now mean? Does win now mean make the playoffs, or does win now mean win a championship? Right. And then secondly, you have to consider that Nerlens Noel and Derrick Rose missed the majority of the season. So you can't judge this team on all of its parts when all of its parts were not available all season long for you to judge fairly.
Yes, and I understand it. And another thing, because I got to run, I just wanted to make these 2 points to you guys. How about just thinking in the mind of, yes, going through the draft, but looking for the team that's right behind you and their needs. And if your man is not on the board, you make sure you get that guy, and then you use that draft to get something better. Just questions I had. Now, start seriously on the drafts. Great points on those, Ron. Great point guards. But, remember I typed it in. It's going to be kind of hard if you don't get a real high draft pick to get those top point guards. And to not have a top point guard, then we're not starting off fresh the next year if we decide to get one. So I would just say, having a broad mind, if there's the next best player, which being a top power forward, and the team behind you needs one, you take it. And then you use that capital to draft what you need, or either get your point guard in the future. I want to say a good afternoon to all you guys. I just wanted to stop in. How you doing, Ryan Freezy? Just wanted to holler at you guys.
Always a pleasure seeing you, Marvin.
Point. Yeah, man. I just thought I would, pose that to you. I know you're doing a college review on everything, but hey, man, let's keep our minds open as GMs also. A lot of ways they can get better, man, and still keep the majority of the talent that's on the team also. With the cap room, draft capital, it's bright future. Seriously, you guys have a good evening.
I'm with you on that. All right, man. Thank you.
Take care, guys.
I just want to say something. I think, and going to that gentleman's point, I think and like Freezy, I think Freezy was even saying this too. Like, you got to decide where you're at, and I'm unbiased, and you guys are as well. You also attack, from an unbiased standpoint as well. They're not there, so I don't think the sites should be, hey, because the key best players on your team, one of them is not committed and one of them is fully committed. Until you find at least 2 guys that are fully committed, at the least 2 guys at the heart of what you do that are fully committed, I can't see the Knicks moving forward saying, hey, we want to be contenders. Because I don't think you can count on Randall. And if you can't count on Randall, I'm saying, and I said this before the deadline, I said this last year after the playoffs, to Ron, like, to get a guy like a Trey Man using Randall as a piece would have been great. Can't do it because OKC's on a whole different trajectory. But to get a guy like a Cam Johnson might be useful to the Knicks.
if you get Ben Mathurin, so Ben Mathurin right here. If you mention Cam Johnson, who's a kind of a one-dimensional player, kind of.
He's growing his game. See, that's the thing. Like, he was coming out, but he's not who he was coming out at all.
But at this point, he's 26 though, because remember when he was drafted, he was 23.
Yes,
I think he is a few years younger than Obi, right? Because
like a year or two, maybe?
Yeah, Cam Johnson is a few years younger than Obi, right? Cam is what, 26?
Right, I don't know.
Right,
how old is Cam?
So
I look that up.
Yeah, so, but I would say Ben Mathurin offers you that. The frustration with say a Julius Randle is we don't have enough consistent outside shooting and playmaking to keep defenses honest against RJ and Julius Randle. Offensively, you have to have a balanced floor, and I think Ben Mathurin offers that with the limited playmaking. I'm saying I'm not calling him.
That should grow though. I think he'll get better in that area too. So I support you in that.
Right, and I mean at the moment. So if we're talking about down the road, the dude is going to be a star down the road. I'm talking about right now. Right now, the dude is going to be a plus for any team. Right, depending on what you need. So when you look at, say for instance, if you look at the lottery right now, so he's not going 1, 2, 3, or 4, right? Probably won't go 5 because Indiana drafted Chris Duarte, right?
Mm-hmm.
At 6, the Kings will probably try to hit a home run. Do the Kings have a shooting guard right now? I'm not for sure if they're doing that. The Spurs drafted Josh Primo last year, right?
Yep.
Right. So then you have the Knicks. So then you have the Knicks. And you have dudes at the shooting guard named Emmanuel Quickley, Alec Burks, Quentin Grimes. Do you not draft Ben Mathurin here because you have Alec Burks and Quickley and Grimes? You got to. You have to draft Ben Mathurin here, right? Right. And so you add if your wing rotation at 8 is Cam Reddish, RJ Barrett, Ben Mathurin, Quentin Grimes. Whee! Now I think you
need a point guard though.
Yeah.
But no, you're 100% right though. I want that volume of talent.
But last night you saw it. You saw, and so I know this is the NBA prospect thing, but Ron, what I'm telling you, bro, is this Ben Mathurin dude is legit,
truth, man.
Right? And I know we're gonna get washed over with hype with dudes named Jaden Ivey, and that's a super athlete, and Shaedon Sharpe, who's got the potential to be the next.
I think Agbaji is better than Mathurin though.
Huh?
I think Agbaji out of Kansas, Ochai Agbaji. I think he's better.
How old is he? He's a senior, right? He's what, 25?
I don't know. I'm checking.
Yeah, because the thing about him is about Agbaji is
21. Yep, he's older than Mathurin now.
If he were that good early on, then if he were 18 or 19, I would say do it. But I don't want to compare a 19-year-old to a dude that's about to turn 22. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because if this 19-year-old had those 3 years of college experience, where would he be at?
Yeah. No, I just look at, I try not to. 19 and 21, there's a difference. There's a legitimate difference.
Yeah, there's sure. Yeah. One dude can legit buy alcohol, and the other one dude just graduated from high school. Yeah.
But my thing when I look at Agbaji is like when I look at if I'm building the team, there's a 2-year variance between the two. But what more importantly, what I want to see is, Agbaji has insane athleticism too, as good a shot as he has. But I think he's better off the bounce.
Okay.
So I think, Mathurin could get better off the bounce, but only in the right situation. Because like you said, you want to throw away that developmental department. That's the key to this whole thing. Because if you get Mathurin and you don't develop him right, he'll be stuck looking the same way he looks now. And that's not what you want. It's not that it's not going to be helpful to you, but it's not going to be what. Sorry, when you were drafting a 19-year-old, you wanted an upward trajectory. If you don't get the right development staff, you don't get that. But I'll tell you this: with Agbaji, he's going to be what he's going to be regardless, because all of those steps have been covered. For Agbaji, the only thing left for him is figuring out how he's going to do what he's going to do in the program, which is what every prospect has to figure out. How are you going to get to what you're going to get to in the program? What are the spots? What are going to be your go-tos? How are you going to deal with this type of defensive look versus that defensive look? So I keep talking about him, but I love Agbaji, not just because I'm also Nigerian.
He reminds me of Xavier Henry, bro.
Huh?
He reminds me of Xavier Henry.
Really? How? Yeah. He's better shooting it.
No, man.
He moves well, man. He moves better than him.
No, Xavier Henry. Nah, man.
He moves better than Henry did.
Nah, man. They the same dude, bro.
No, Henry.
Xavier Henry might be his daddy. Yeah, they the same dude.
No, bro.
6'6", 220.
Yeah,
but can knock down the wide open three. The wide open three, they can knock it down, bro.
He shot it off. He can shoot it off the bounce too. But my thing is, Agbaji moves,
but not really a playmaker. Like they can do stuff with the ball, and you think it looks good, but it's not effective. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many assists does this kid average? 2 or 3 in the college system?
2 assists a game.
2 or 3 a game.
Yep. He's a scorer, man. That's what he does.
Oh, is that even 2? It's 1.7.
It's 2, man. Don't take that away, bro. We round up, bro. Come on.
Okay. We'll round up. Okay.
But he's averaging 20 a game. His per 36 run got to be like 30 a game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Bill Walker.
Agbaji.
Agbaji's per 36 is not that, my friend.
Oh, I know. It's probably like 24, maybe 24. 25.
It is 20.8.
Yeah.
Really?
20.8, 5.3 reads, 1.7 assists.
And per 36,
half a block.
He plays a ton of minutes. There's no per 36. There's no translation because he's actually doing it. He plays a ton of minutes.
Yeah, I think he's Bill Walker, bro. You remember Bill Walker?
No.
I will tell you this, guys.
Stop.
Benedict Mathurin per 36 is 19.7.
Thank you.
Yeah. But look at the shot attempts though, bro. I gotta look at shot attempts.
Okay, all right, yeah, and he's Benedict is a better rebounder. His average is about 3 assists per 36. So I mean, and it's a little different game between the two of them.
Agbaji shoots 49% from the field.
Right.
Well, let me ask you this, guys.
Yeah, 42% from 3.
Do you have time for 2 more?
Yeah,
I'll do it.
You got 2 more, Thomas? All right, cool.
Yeah,
I want to get through these, and then I'll probably just wrap up with some Knick talk real quick. But I definitely want to touch on this too. So I got 1 more, and that'll round out the top 10, and then we have my sleeper pick. So that being said, let's go to the videotape. And this is the guy that wait a minute, hold on. Give me a second. Apologize. This is the guy that apparently people think might be. I'm not saying he will be. Might be someone very, very special. I think damn it. Are you serious? All right, hold on, folks. Hold on. I think I deleted it by accident. I apologize. I'm doing too much. Well, I'm gonna go to the sleeper pick first then, because apparently, Ron gets a little happy with his trigger finger.
He's a shooter.
Yeah. I don't know. Apparently, I like to hit the button, man. I don't know. Don't put me around the button. That's all I'm saying, because you never know what I'm gonna do. So this guy is the sleeper pick that I've heard so much about. I watched some video of him, and it's funny that these guys are similar in their games. He's similar to a Jaden Ivey. You know what I mean? He's similar to a Shaedon Sharpe, but who knows? I mean, he might be better than both of them. I mean, I know it's crazy to say. Just there's not a lot on this guy, and that is Mr. Alondes Williams. You know about him, Freezy?
Oh.
I know.
Did you say Danny Landis? You said Danny Landis?
Yeah, man. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Look at a lot. Oh, Alondes. Yeah, Alondes. Boof Bonzo over here, my friends. You watch it. I know he at moments you say, okay, he's just another high-flying dunker. No, there's a little more to his game than just that. A little more to his game than just that. A little more to his game than just that. Watch yourself. This is Alondes Williams, man. So the thing about him is he is like a super sleeper. You know what I mean? Super. Like,
doesn't he lead like isn't he one of the top scorers in the ACC?
Well, I mean,
he's the only reason Wake is viable. Oh wait, let me stop. We got a friend that allows us.
I know, but he don't get the love. He don't get the love that other players are getting. You know what I mean? Maybe that has something to do with him on the defensive end, possibly. Just saying. But he's a really good offensive basketball player. He's 6'5". They're not giving me his weight.
He's a spectacular scorer. He's always been a good. He's a.
All right, Freezy. Damn it, Freezy. Yes, he's 22.
Oh my God!
So he's dominating because he better be dominating if he wants to play in the pros.
Come on, Freezy. Don't be like that, B.
I'm just saying, bro. Dudes that spent 1,000 years in college do it for a reason.
Yeah,
but you know what? You can't hold that against them, though, bro.
Is he a junior college guy?
He might be, yo.
Because if he's a junior college guy, I can dig it.
Well, I mean, let me see.
I don't want to hold it against him unless he's like 26, like Duarte was, man. That's the only thing.
Like Obi was. Obi
yeah, like that's way up the you 21, 22. Come on, don't kill him, bro.
I mean,
he's a special scorer, man. He's
on the season.
I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say on the season he's averaging 19.3 points, 6.6 rebounds, 5.3 assists on 51% shooting from the field.
He can score the ball. He can fly. He's TJ
Warren. How many shots though?
This guy wants me to get into advanced analytics.
He's TJ Warren. That's what he is.
Let me see. Let me see if I can get that.
He's like TJ Warren was in school. You just can't. You're not gonna stop him. He's gonna get to his spots. He's gonna get a bucket. So I'm saying when you think about a guy like that, think TJ Warren. What are all the weaknesses TJ Warren has? Plays no defense whatsoever. Does not rebound enough to help his team.
And he's injury prone in game. He's an end game injury that bothered me. Like he the dude that get hurt, like tweak something, and then he stay in the game and is not. I'm not the biggest. I think he's paper mache, bro. And if Danny Landis is like that, then I'm like
Danny Landis.
yo, Freezy, you crazy, bro. Yeah. Oh my God, I haven't had much time with you, Freezy, but you crazy, bro.
Yo, shout out to Danny Landis.
All I can say is I think he probably gets a lot of shots, man, because he's playing 33 minutes per game.
He takes a ton of shots. He's like that guy. But what I would say to this is, that's a role in the NBA. A guy that can get a bucket, like a Terrence Ross. Like their teams need a guy that they can say off the bench, yo, like we're gonna get a bucket. He's got a place. I just don't see him getting picked in the lottery, but he's got a place because he doesn't do enough things to help his team. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But even then, like those numbers ain't bad, man. Like that's something to be said.
This dude played
He said 5 assists a game. You said, Ron?
And Oklahoma.
He said 5 assists a game.
5 assists a game. Yeah,
that's not bad. And of course, Freezy, you talked about it earlier. Passing guys open. I think that's.
Oh, actually, I didn't mean to cut you off, Thomas. To Freezy's point, he's averaging 14 field goal attempts a game on 19 points per game.
That's not bad.
Now he's he can fill it up. I just think that it's important, like that. You evaluate what is his role going to be. What is he going to look like as a pro? Well, he's going to look like TJ Warren, but if you can really get a bucket, it makes a huge difference for a team. Like how Kelly Oubre or Malik Monk is. They have roles now, like once they found their spot, they have roles and they can really help a team. And not necessarily a team where the Knicks are, but especially he's 22. Don't want to kill him for that again.
He'll be 23 on draft night.
Oh God.
Oof. Yeah, he'll be 23, and there's no harm in that. He'll be 23 on draft night. He's just not a lottery pick, right? No. If the Knicks get him in the second round.
Spectacular.
It won't be, in my opinion, it won't be a bad pick, but don't expect excellent 3-point shooting for the dude is shooting 30% from three.
Yes.
Right. And he's a 70% free throw shooter.
TJ Warren, baby.
Yeah.
RJ Barrett. Oh, sorry.
RJ Barrett.
TJ Warren, right. Sorry. My fault, guys. My fault.
I think there's something to be said for what that man Marvin was talking about. Like, I really wonder if it might be worth it to get a more seasoned young player, like a Trey Man, like a Cam. I know Cam Johnson's 26, but I think in terms of the minutes on his body, I don't think he's there. You know what I'm saying? He's not your average 26-year-old. So, when I look at a prospect, I don't look at the years. I look at the volume of play. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how you got to quantify a guy's tenure in the league is how much minutes has he played, how much time has he accrued in terms of, productivity. So, I don't know, Cam Johnson, there's a few guys like that around the league, that can help you. Might be worth it to explore a trade, to get somebody that can, accelerate the timeline of progression, for the Knicks a little bit. What do you think about that, Freezy?
Well, let me ask. I can answer that. I want to get to that, but I want to ask Ron a question about the root of why he said Alondes Williams is a sleeper pick. So Ron, so you consider him a sleeper based on draft position versus value, or you think he's a sleeper pick because he's an unknown?
I think combination of both. I think draft positioning, because I don't think he's going to go in the first. He's not going to be in the top 10. He may. Listen, the thing about it is we don't know how this league values talent anymore. He's a guy who could definitely be. I think he could make the first round, late first round. But he might be somebody that finishes higher, like maybe 18, 20 around that range, because this draft is kind of weak. So You never know. And then the other thing is, I think for what he can do, he's a good piece to have, because he's not to me, he's more than unfortunately, I got to keep using the Knicks. I'm sorry. I look at him, he's better than a Kevin Knox. And so when I look at what he can do on the court, I say, you know what? How does this translate to an NBA game? He's older, so he should be a little bit more polished than some guys. He looks like he can score the basketball. I don't know how great he is defensively. I think that's probably a knock on his game. He doesn't seem that that fast. He seems a little slow in some of his movements. He does have a dribble that can get him to a certain point. But in the NBA, maybe that will get exposed a little bit with the faster and better defenders. So we'll see. But I just think
is that because he's playing under control, or just because he's not athletic?
No, I think it's because he's under control. But he's definitely athletic. I mean, you saw a couple of those first dunks. I mean, he's up there. Okay. He's got athleticism. but I don't think he has good speed, foot speed necessarily.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
All right. No.
He's a helpful player second round, I think.
Yeah. I think, but in this draft, I think because of how weak this draft is, he might go first round.
So you think this draft is weak?
I do, dude, and I don't think it's that it's that weak compared to some other drafts in the past. I think it's very weak compared to last year's draft, and I think unfortunately the draft may be getting a bad rap. There may be some guys in this draft that are diamonds in the rough that people are not recognizing. So
I'm sure there will be diamonds in the rough. I'm sure there will be. But in terms of how many diamonds and how rocky this rough is, you know what I'm saying? So,
right.
Yeah, you know, how much charcoal do we have to dig through before we find diamonds? You know what I'm saying? So
right.
I feel you. I feel you.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay. And so let me ask one other question about Alondes Williams. And I'm not gonna lie, I saw his name before. I really didn't look deep into him because usually projected late second round picks, you can't really get a true tell on whether they're in the 50s and could be in the 30s, or if they're in the 50s and could be in the 70s. You know what I'm saying? Because they're in that middle ground, and at that point, it's more about swinging, sticking in the league potential versus what they can bring to an NBA rotation, right? If so, Alondes Williams, what do you think he brings to a guard rotation?
So the thing about Alondes Williams is that I feel like now
he's not a guard though. I don't think. I think he's more of a small forward tweener.
His measurable he's 6'5", 201 pounds.
Do they have him as a 2?
They have him as a
point guard.
Well, he's running their point, but he's like a 2 really physically for their team. He's like a 2.
Oh, he don't handle it well enough.
He's a combo guard for them.
Is he? So he's like the Malcolm Brogdon of college basketball right now.
Yeah.
You remember Malcolm Brogdon?
Go. That's a good minus the defense.
Yeah.
That's who he is. Because the thing is, like, for a guy who even though he's, like I said, he's not the fastest player on the floor, you know, the fact that he can score and then he gets rebounds and he gives you 5 assists. Yeah, I mean, like, that's what makes him interesting. And I think that's the only reason why people look at him as a sleeper pick. And I look at him that way, but just because he can do what we hate to see in the NBA, and especially on our Knicks team, for example, is guys who only can do one thing. You know, you think they're going to come in the game, and if they're not shooting hot, they don't rebound, they don't give you assists, they don't do other things to affect change on the basketball court.
Bad teams need multi-dimensional players.
Right. And he's multi-dimensional in that aspect. Even if defense is not his strong suit, you know what? And it doesn't mean he can't be a good team defender, but individually, I think and he's a little slow-footed. Maybe his footwork is not the greatest.
Is he strong though?
He's strong. Yeah, he's strong.
Okay. All right, so I can live with the lack of foot speed if strength and craftiness can get you a basket. Right. If you remember, Paul Pierce was not fast, but he's a Hall of Famer. Joe Johnson was not fast, you know what I'm saying, but he could definitely get a
power guard.
Yeah. That's a good point.
He's like a power guard.
Yeah, that's I would say that's what he is. He's like
do you think he'll be so based off the little stuff that I saw while y'all were doing this, he reminds me of Spencer Dinwiddie.
Well, frame wise he definitely is.
Dinwiddie got a better feel for the pass when he was coming out. He had a better feel for the pass.
Yeah, but Dinwiddie was a combo guard too.
Yes, he was.
And converted to point because all he needed was reps.
Right.
Dinwiddie just need reps at the point guard position, and this kid right here just need to have reps too, at the point guard position. Some guys never get it, and some guys just need to do it.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
How do you guys think Dinwiddie is on defense?
What? I ain't never heard those two things in the same sentence.
I know he don't play no defense.
What are you
talking about, Ron? Bruh.
Yeah.
He speak another language, bro.
Okay, yeah. Right. Okay. Well, let me just get to this last guy. Obviously, unfortunately, guys, I deleted the video, so he should have been before my sleeper picking Alondes Williams. Wait, that's interesting. So Kaiser Soze, you said
He
Alondes
said
Williams
Alex
equals Alex
Caruso.
Caruso. So you mean offensively? I could probably see that. Defensively, we know Caruso is a beast, so that's another. That's another
He's
story.
good on ball and passing lane. Caruso is.
Right. Okay. All right. And so then that brings me to this guy who a lot of people are not too high on. And I'm telling you, with this regime, I wouldn't be surprised if he's the pick for us. Boy. His name is Ty Washington. Yeah. There he goes. You see him? Look at Ty doing his thing. Ty is interesting because I'm not saying he can't be something special, but I'm kind of like done with these small Kentucky guards, bro. I'm like, come on, man. Like, I don't know, bro. I don't know how y'all feel about it, but like, I mean, I seen Quickly, I seen Maxey, I seen Ty, and Maxey to me is the one. I don't know. I don't know about this, but this will definitely he fits the Nick mold, doesn't he? I hope this ain't the case. Ain't the case.
I'm gonna tell you something. What's my rule, Ron? I tell you all the time. If it plays at Kentucky, it could hoop. So you ain't got to worry about if he's gonna be a good pro, because he's gonna be a good pro. He's got great feel. And you talk about passing guys open. This is the type of guy. Like, I like him for the Knicks because they need a guy like this that just got it. When I call a combination of he loves to hoop, he can hoop, and he's not thinking about him at all. He can get you a bucket, but more importantly, he's gonna get everybody else a bucket all night long. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
and he's only gonna get better as a scorer, I think. I love the way like I'm a big fan of Ty Washington. I don't know who don't like him, but
a lot of us.
I love him.
Don't get me. I don't know, dude. I'm just saying, like,
he's special, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
But what makes him that much more special than what we've already seen?
Because the way he creates,
because he's a smaller version of Tyrese Halliburton. That's what he is.
Because he creates. When I say he creates, he can create all night long, and they know he's trying to create.
Yeah. He's a small version.
Like, watch the pocket passes he makes, all that stuff. That stuff's not normal. That's not everybody don't do that stuff.
Right.
Let's do this again. I didn't want to play videos more than once, but I'm gonna do it again with him just because I got to.
I'm not saying this video. I'm saying you can watch him do it. You can watch him.
No, I know. I've seen him do other stuff. Yeah, I got you.
Like, he does this all the time, and like when he's not playing for them, it's all a lot harder for them to get to. They're still very good. They're still naturally they're gonna have tons of talent. But he just makes everything a lot easier for them, and they can beat anybody when he's on the floor.
Right.
Whereas they can't beat anybody. They can't beat everybody when he's not on the floor.
My only thing is what have you really seen from Ty Washington, knowing that he played the entire season with a leg injury, right? Have you seen the real Ty? Is what I'm asking y'all.
Interesting.
So you mean he be better?
Yeah. He's 80% right now. This dude is not 100% right now. The dude is at 80% with the leg injury and it's lingering. So, and I saw it. As a matter of fact, I'll share the article in the chat, right? But okay, I'll see if I can find it. But I saw something that said that he had been playing with the leg injury for a while, and he didn't want to sit. He didn't want to sit out because Kentucky needed him because when he's off the floor.
He's 22. He's 20 as well. Just making sure we got his age.
Oh, you mean 20 also?
20 also, yes.
Okay.
I
got you.
Because that's a great point. Now you made me start thinking about that and watching that a little bit more. I mean, I watch the skills a lot, but I love I really only pay attention to the young guys' age. But some of these college guys, I got to start doing that a little more because it makes a big difference in terms of the development track and assessment, of a guy moving along that prospect, timeline for his, who he's going to be as a pro. So that's a great point. So, but I love Ty, man. You won't never hear me say a bad thing about that man because he compete and he's a leader, man. Like he will come onto the Knicks day one and be your point guard, your point guard, not just your point guard by play, but point guard by like everything, like mentality. That's what I think Quickly lacks a little bit. That's what I think the Knicks are missing. There's a guy that's like, I'm in control at that point guard spot, Okay. And when I think they had Derrick Rose was kind of that guy, but I think he's in a different place in his career, so it looks different for him. It's not vocal. It's not, as spirited.
Well, I mean, I tell you, the one thing that I can say that Ty has in his favor is that when you compare him to some of the other dynamic point guards, and he doesn't have that same build, that same body build that these guys have. He's smaller because he's listed at 6'3", 185 pounds. And if you look at Tyrese Halliburton in college, he's 6'5", 175 pounds. He averaged 15 points per game, 5.9 rebounds, and 6.5 assists, right? And then when you look at a guy, well, like DeJounte Murray, who was 6'5", 170 pounds in college, he averaged 16 points a game, 6 rebounds, and 4.4 assists. Now, conversely, when you look at what Ty Washington can give you, I just had it up. Damn it. Press the button so quick, man. Ty Washington. You got Ty? There we go. Ty Washington. He is averaging 12 points per game, 3.4 rebounds, and 4 assists. So my question is, he's not far behind these guys, but he is behind these guys. And since he's supposed to be a playmaker and he affects so much on the court, I would like that assist number to be a little higher, especially because he's smaller and may not be able to rebound.
The college game, though. Guys. It's the college game.
I get it, and it's Calipari's system,
right?
But I just would like to see a little bit more assist if
They ask him.
Okay, well, Ron,
they ask him to score though.
Yeah, and the thing about this Kentucky team is I'll make it easy. Name 3 other Kentucky Wildcats.
Oscar Schwebe. Is it Kalen?
Talking about the point guard?
Yeah, the other dude that was in Hardy. Yeah. Is it Hardy?
That to my point. That's the point.
Well,
right there.
I was just gonna say
when we talk about
you can name more than I can name. I can only name Ty Washington.
Right. But when you said Paolo Banchero, right? When we talk about Paolo, right? We can name 5 other dudes that played with him, right?
Yeah, right.
Right. And so while his numbers are down, it's because he has to share the ball, right? With Ty though, it's a different situation. These dudes are just not as good without him on the floor.
Yep.
That's just it's as simple as that. Right. And they put another guard in the backcourt with him. I think the dude is like 5'6" or something. What's the other dude?
I'm trying to remember his name. I thought it was Hardy or something like that. That dude got hurt too. Oh, there's another dude with an S in his name. I forgot.
Yeah, that's the dude. These dudes are low impact players.
I'm looking, y'all.
So the entire defense in the SEC
Grady
is looking at Ty Washington. Right.
Mm-hmm. So the dude Grady, Kellen Grady, I think his name is.
I mean, yeah. So while I'm not saying, listen, is Ty Washington a top 15 pick? Yes. Do I want the Knicks to get him? No.
Shoot.
That's where I say I think the dude's going to be a good point guard. For one, Tibbs is not going to play him. I don't care if his name was John Stockton.
He's going to play him.
Tibbs is not playing a rookie John Stockton.
He will play him.
Yeah, and so Ron, I heard something about 3 hours ago, and I wanted to touch on it when you get to your ad hoc segment. Mm-hmm, it's about Karl Malone needing a point guard to be great.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So I mean that's pretty much what I had Of course, there's a couple other guys, that we can touch on.
Agbaji.
But yeah, like Agbaji.
Eason.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Tari,
yes. I know. Eason,
okay.
I was gonna.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, damn. Then I don't want to leave. I want to bring him in and then not leave Agbaji. And then there's two other guys that I want. I was like, I had to stop somewhere. I'm sorry. Yeah, but I do like Eason. Eason's game is another one that, just so you guys have an idea, they say per 36 minutes, because of his usage and his overall game, he can average, 23, 24 points. So he's a bucket.
Jalen Duran too.
Jalen Duran is another one. So
Duran.
Yeah, there's guys. There's definitely guys.
Yeah,
man.
that's why I don't know. You said it was a weak draft, but I feel like
no. But remember, Thomas, this is the thing. I'm naming guys, but we could probably get to the top 20 and have a lot of good players.
Yeah.
Last year's draft, we could go into the second round. There was so much talent, man. There was a lot of
the BJ
good
Bostons
players
of the world.
Yes.
Good point, Ron.
The
Herb Jones.
Oh yeah.
And there's still guys that haven't played this year that we know they're talented, that we haven't even got to see them that much on the NBA court. So
okay, quick question, because I gotta go. So, and Freezy, you can help with this too, both of you. Why does Jericho Sims for me is obviously better than Mitchell Robinson? One, I think he's better than Mitchell. And I think he's better guarding in screen and roll. He can do a better job guarding the mismatch, right? Two, I think his motor is better than Mitchell's on the glass. So, I mean, I want to know what you guys think about that, because you guys watch him more. And then two, why won't he get – why? I mean, we all know Tibbs is crazy. So he just give him a chance. But you know what I'm saying? But like, am I missing something? Like, am I not seeing something in evaluating Jericho so much? Like, I like him a lot. I think he would help them a lot, because I feel like the Knicks need that edge. Like, they need his edge. They need that motor. And I know he probably, has some things. He probably could get himself in big foul trouble if he plays more.
Did you know they're the same age?
Who, Mitchell and Jericho?
Yes.
No way.
Yes, they are. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. Jericho Sims used to back up a center at Texas named Mo Bamba.
Yeah.
Yeah, they came in at the same time.
And wasn't Jackson Hayes there too?
Yeah, Jackson Hayes.
The next year, Jericho Sims backed up Jackson Hayes.
All right, so my question is, so why not Jericho?
Well, let me just say this. This is not a good representation of it. I'm doing Jericho a disservice because he's not getting the minutes. But in last night's game, he played 11 minutes. He gave you 1 rebound on 2 assists. In comparison, Mitch played 36 minutes, right? The 36 minutes, Mitch had 17 points, 15 rebounds, 4 steals, and 3 blocks.
Okay.
So the thing with Mitch is it's tough to gauge Mitch. Yeah. I do think Jericho's got better footwork than Mitch. And if used properly, he can be really, really good for the team. Very dynamic. He's a good rebounder naturally. Yeah, so I see where you're going with it, but I think Mitch is not used properly. Last night's game,
I don't know how you can use Mitch, yo. He's a weird body. Like,
it's tough to say when you got a coach that doesn't experiment too much offensively.
No, I think Mitch has played under another coach.
Not in the NBA.
No, he hasn't played under it. It's only been.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're trying to get at. But yeah, I got what you're saying.
So my point is, like, all right, I'm not.
It's as simple as this. Mitch is a starter, and Jericho Sims is a backup. That's as simple as it gets. Jericho Sims has never started at center consistently after high school.
Mm-hmm.
No matter, at 4 years of Texas, he was the backup.
Jericho, is he 6'9" or 6'10"?
6'9".
6'9",
okay, that's
45 is what they have him listed at.
I think if he was 6'11", he'd be starting somewhere.
I think if he was 7'2", he'd still be the backup.
Nah, come on, bro.
Seriously, man, because some people are not cut out to be starting centers. Some people are great at using all of their energy in limited minutes, and there's no harm in that, right? There's no crime. There's no crime in being a backup center in the NBA, bro. It's a listen. That's a real sweet gig.
Yes, it is, sir. Yes, it is.
Right. So Mitch offers you, when Mitchell Robinson gets a point guard, his points per game might double. Right. You might see him go to 16 points a game just off of seeing the basketball. The dude has the lowest usage rate of any center that gets 20 minutes or more in the NBA.
But my concern about Mitch is that not saying that Jericho does, but like, you're gonna get pulled out in space, and I don't know how much he helps you. And again, I defer to you guys watching him a lot more. I don't know how he fits. Like, I don't know how he fits.
He was the 58th pick in the draft, right?
Yeah, but what was Jericho?
The 58th pick in the draft.
I think Jericho was 55, maybe.
No, he was 58.
Oh, he was 58 as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, Mitch.
Oh wait, Mitch was
58.
What was Mitch?
Mitch was an early second round pick. This kid is a late second round pick.
I get it. I get what y'all saying, but like, when I watch them on the floor, Mitchell looks so awkward to me so often.
Because he falls down a lot.
Yeah, but that's terrible. Like, you can't do that. Like,
he falls down a lot, right?
Like, you can't do that in the NBA. Like, you can't be falling down like that, and then I'm gonna think of you as a viable option at the spot because you show up on certain nights. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just like Jericho's motor and the consistency every single night. And maybe, yes, I'm not going to argue with you because you're 100% right. He might just be a backup, but he deserves more minutes, and I think we all agree on that. But I also think that his style of play will get you extra possessions that I feel like they don't get because Mitchell's on the floor, so literally on the floor.
He tipped in the potential game winner last night off an offensive rebound with two dudes holding him back. He tipped it in. And what happened was Phoenix came down and hit a shot, and then he came down and Alec Burks came down and got fouled, hit one free throw, and then the other free throw was taken back for the game.
Does Mitchell show up every night though?
No.
No.
So yesterday was the best case scenario.
No, but neither does Sims, bro. You look at the Portland game when Sims was getting circles ran around him by guys his size.
Yeah.
I mean, guys were legit run. Greg Brown III, who
he played with him at Texas, didn't he?
Yes, who Jericho Sims backed up at Texas was running circles around him.
Come on, stop, bro.
I mean, what you want me to do, man? I mean,
Crazy, come on, man.
I mean, I didn't bring that up because of that, but
you set me up there, bro.
I mean, you the one brought it up, though. You brought up the fact that
because I'm really trying to learn about the why behind it all. I know both.
Well, I will tell you this. I'm going to tell you this, Thomas. One thing I have learned by watching, and this is why it goes to the true fan perspective. There's the fan who just wants to see something shiny and new, and then there's the other fan that says, okay, it's shiny and new, but how much of it do I want to see because I don't think it's ready.
Right.
Jericho looks like a player that should be playing 10 to 15 minutes out there on the court right now. And is he ready for more than that? I don't think so, because there is tons of plays on the court that you got to be honest. If you watch the Knicks enough and you see what they're trying to do, Jericho's a little lost, or he's slow. He might see what's supposed to happen, but he's not in the right spot. RJ calls for something, and Jericho's supposed to be at the spot to make the pick, and Jericho's still under the basket.
He doesn't even tries to get out there.
Right, like he's got some stuff he's got to still work through.
He's a
little
hard
slow
screener
with the X's and O's.
Yeah, like Jericho. Like the difference between Mitch and Jericho, right? So the difference between Mitch and Jericho is up top. Mitchell Robinson is a terrible screener. Like, you see him come from the box, and he set up on the screen, and he's gone before the ball handler even coming around the screen. But running baseline, Mitchell Robinson is whamming jokers. You know what I'm saying? Up top, he's bad because he's in such a hurry to get back to the rim. But down low, when he's close to the rim and people are running baseline, Mitchell Robinson is whamming jokers. Right? He's that physical. But here's the thing: but Sims, on the other hand, he doesn't even give the ball handler the 4 feet of space and stay still so that the ball handler can set up his defender for the screen. Right? Jericho Sims just comes straight up. Like if Ron was setting up the screen, he just comes straight up to Ron and be like, "Hey, I'm here." You don't give now. Ron got to back up and reset the screen, and then Sims go. But Sims has to learn. You have to give Ron the space. You go set the screen 4 to 6 feet away from the ball handler, and the ball handler chooses to accept or reject the screen and sets up his defender. Right. So while he looks like a guardrail when he set the screen, he don't know where to put the guardrail at. He's still learning all these different things. Jericho Sims is a backup right now, bro. We need to.
Yeah, he is. He is. I mean, he like I said, he should be playing. I think he should be playing out there. We need to see him a little bit, 10 to 15 minutes, but he's still got a lot to work on.
Yeah,
and you know what? He can learn a little bit more by playing those 10 to 15 minutes, seeing where he shouldn't be. Like, you know, on the court, it's one thing to watch from the bench. It's another thing to be on the court actually doing it.
Yeah. He definitely should be getting Taj Gibson minutes. Taj Gibson should be getting 0 minutes, and Sims should be getting them all.
I actually would like to see. I know it's you at this point. Maybe the Knicks aren't ready because they don't have enough dynamic stuff.
Bro,
in the back.
But listen to this though. In the month of February, Mitchell Robinson had 2 games of double-digit scoring.
Right, but you can't point to that, Thomas, because as Freezy said, per 20 minutes, he's the lowest usage center in the league. Yeah, he doesn't. They don't run. The only person that gets Mitchell the ball is RJ.
Last 5 games, 3 fouls, 4 fouls, 6 fouls, 5 fouls, 5 fouls. Lord Jesus!
All right. And so he played 2 top 3 picks in that stretch. He played against DeAndre Ayton and Joel Embiid twice.
He fouled out
against Joel Embiid, and so did Jericho Sims, by the way.
Yeah, I know, but that was. I remember
in the same game.
I remember that game. I remember that game, bro.
In the same game, Jericho Sims fouled out too. So, but yeah, so the thing with Mitch is a starter in this league, right? But he doesn't. You can't go by his points because he doesn't touch the basketball, right? The only thing he scores on is offensive rebounds and dump offs down low. That's it.
I don't know.
He had 9 offensive rebounds last night. That's how he got 17 points.
I'm just saying I'd rather have a stretchy 5 than Mitchell Robinson.
Sims is not a stretchy 5, bro.
Huh? I know Sims is not a stretchy 5. I know Sims is not a stretchy 5. But I'm just saying, I'd rather than both of them, honestly. But I feel like what Mitchell does, I don't know, it gets lost.
If you told me play him over Nerlens Noel, I would be with you.
Who, Jericho?
Yeah.
Just to see.
Yeah, I would be with you, but Mitchell Robinson adds a dynamic.
I don't know.
Where you don't get that.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's all just so confusing for them. Just watching them and watching him and trying to get a good feel for him. But like you said, it comes down to not having a point guard that can help optimize what he brings to the table.
Ben Mathurin would get him at least 1 dunk a game. At least.
No, I agree. I was just trying to learn a little bit about what that dynamic, exists in that. So I appreciate that. All right, fellas, I gotta go.
All right, brother. Hey, listen, thank you for being here and chopping it up with us. Appreciate your takes as always, brother. You know how it is.
Yeah, man.
Freezy, thanks for that tutorial right there, bro. That was actually some really enlightening stuff on Mitchell and Jericho.
The Jericho Sims thing is frustrating.
No, that's good stuff because,
he backed up 3 first-round picks.
Huh?
He backed up 3 first-round picks at Texas.
That's messed up, bro. You didn't need to call me out.
Yeah. Nah, man. You know the facts of the man.
I know. I'm just playing, man. Those are great points, and it's important. With that being said, yeah, he a backup. He should be a backup.
Yeah, he should be. Yeah.
You
everybody's not cut out to me yet.
Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all.
All right, brother. Let me
Bye.
kind of get into this last stuff and wrap it up with Freezy. So Freezy, I know you were talking about there was something you wanted to touch on real quick with
Oh, the Karl Malone
Karl
thing was
Malone thing. Yeah.
the Karl Malone thing was crazy, bro. Man, I spit smoothie all over West 7th Street when I heard that, bro. That Karl Malone needed a point guard to be great. I don't know. Karl Malone needed the pick and roll in order to be Karl Malone was ISO Randall before ISO Randall was born. You know what I'm saying? Karl Malone at the elbow was look. Karl Malone, in my opinion, might be the greatest power forward of all time. Might be.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, depending on your and yet like is it, let me ask you this. Are there 3 power forwards ever better than Karl Malone in your opinion?
3. Wow. For what he did, his scoring, where he ranks in the NBA greats, that's tough. I will say, but that's me being biased because I could see Karl Malone probably. Now, I would say Charles Barkley. I like him better than Karl Malone, but that's me. But it's tough. No, I can't really answer that because I know what Karl Malone, and I know where he ranks as far as elite players and where he is on the scoring list. Like, people forget, like, Karl Malone was a bucket. That's tough, man. I can't. Yeah, I don't know if I could name 3, bro.
Did you know Karl Malone? Think about this. Karl Malone is 58th all time in assists.
Wow.
Think about what I'm 58th all time in assists. In assists, bro. That's crazy,
wow.
right?
Yeah, dude. I mean, like, even if you want to say, you could say, well, he played so many years. That's something.
Did you know he was 11th all time in steals? Karl Malone at 6'9", 260 was 11th all time in steals.
Wow. I did not know that.
He was all defensive, all NBA defense 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where he is on the scoring list, but I think he might have been 2nd or 3rd. Let me check to see if I could.
He might have dropped down a little bit, maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah,
I'm not
is
sure.
second all time. He is second all time in scoring.
Jeez. Yeah, right? Carmelo is a bad man, bro.
Yeah, I don't think Karl Malone needed John Stockton, bro. I don't think Karl Malone needed the pick and roll offense to get his stuff.
I mean, he ate a lot off of that pick and roll offense.
Right.
If you take that, but I will say, okay, maybe when you bring it up and you bring up everything he did, if you take the pick and roll offense out of the equation, he's still a top NBA player in the league.
Right.
That when you combine it, it makes him, have incredible numbers, like number 2. But yeah.
Right. Do you think Karl Malone's better than Tim Duncan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. As a player, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tim
Duncan might have had something else, an intangible. But yeah, Karl Malone was probably a better player.
Tim, if Karl Malone had played with another number 1 overall pick, I'd say if Karl Malone had played next to Olajuwon, what would Karl Malone's numbers look like compared to Tim Duncan? Right, and Tim Duncan played next to David Robinson.
Right. Although Tim Duncan won prior to David Robinson, right? Or was it they won together and then Robinson was out. Yeah. He won.
And he won some with one with Kawhi.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I just wanted to mention that. I mean, I'm not knocking D Poetic because that's my man. But when I heard him say Karl Malone, nah, bro, you can't do Karl Malone like that, D Poetic. Yeah, that's my D Poetic is my guy. But with or without some, I would venture to say that Malone made Stockton, and not vice versa, because Stockton used to get splinters in his behind when he was young, coming out of Gonzaga, right? And then he got on the court with Malone, and you slowly start to see them build this thing. You know what I mean? Malone was good at the
Though Stockton's P&R, his pick and roll was legendary, but that had a lot to do with Mailman always finishing, always scoring, having that consistent score. That's how he got those assists. So a lot of those assists.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. 58th all time, and you're a power forward. I would venture to. I would say some of the point guards that we know and love all time are not ranked 58th.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
And again, in the source that I'm using for this is a website called Hoops Hype. So it's on hoopshype.com. I saw the statistic where Karl Malone was ranked 8th. So, but yeah, man, the Karl Malone thing is fascinating to me. You know, the fact that as we get further along in history, the guys that we don't see anymore get lost to history.
Yeah, you know, well, that's a given, dude. We forget about these guys. Like we've witnessed some NBA greats, and at the time, we probably didn't appreciate how good they were when we were watching them. But as time goes by, we said, "Yo, these guys were nice." And then as more time goes by, then we're like, "Oh, yeah, he was a good player." But then you forget, like, "Oh, this dude was great."
like Dominique Wilkins,
right? Dominique Wilkins is definitely a good example of somebody that gets overlooked all the time nowadays.
Yep. Dr. J, we had an all-time draft. We had and Ron, I don't think we were kicking it back then, but we had an all-time draft on Blorange Tears, right? And the team I picked, I drafted the Iceman George Griffen in the 7th round. I drafted Dr. J in the 4th round. Guess who went ahead of him? The Kevin Durant's, the LeBron Jameses. The new guys went ahead of the old guys. Right. But I think the starting 5 I had was the backcourt was Magic Johnson and Clyde Frazier was the backcourt. Right. Then I had Dr. J, George Griffen, and my center was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. How in the world?
That's not a bad. But I mean, that's a tough.
That's
that's tough.
Yeah, very, very, very tough. Very.
And that's another guy. Just saying it. I mean, how could you be overlooked? But he's deaf because his game wasn't sexy. Kareem always gets overlooked, dude.
Overlooked.
Always.
Who's your greatest Knick of all time?
You want to say who I thought was the greatest Knick of all time, or who's my favorite Knick of all time?
No. Who do you believe is the greatest Knick of all time?
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna say there's a little bias in there, but I'm gonna say Clyde.
Okay.
I think Clyde is the greatest, and then I think for me, number 2, even though he probably is not in a lot of people's minds, is Patrick Ewing.
Right. I love Pat, but he didn't win anything major.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like for that, a lot of people are not going to look at him in that high of regard. But for me, that's who I came in watching the Knicks with. So I look to him like he was, the best thing since sliced bread every night when I was watching the Knicks. So I'm going to say, yeah. But Clyde, I didn't get to see him when I was too young. But as I got a little older, I saw a lot of what he did for the Knicks and how he played. And Clyde was a monster.
Clyde was a monster. Yeah, and so the reason why I ask that is because sometimes you and I get in on these panels with a lot of people in video chats and stuff, and I think sometimes our perspective is washed because it doesn't seem relevant in today's environment. Like for instance, you and I see the Randall ejection from last night differently, right? And it's because of our experiences. Like for instance, I remember when the 76ers, the Sixers of the early 80s, used to bully us and push us around because we were soft. We were what's the club that used to be popping in the 70s? Uptown.
Studio 50. Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, Studio 54.
Studio
54. So we were the Studio 54 team. You know what I'm saying? We are coming out there with all kind of hairdos and necklaces and crap. It's all soft, nails all manicured, probably high as a kite. And the Sixers used to come in there and wash us up on the floor. And Knicks fans got so tired of being bullied that it ushered in the physical era, right? Like where we get like, if he ain't tough, we ain't want him. That era. And so it led to an era of the era that a lot of Knicks fans love, but they don't know what prompted that era, right? They don't know why we got there. They think some people think like, oh, the tough guy era, we were tough. Nah, we weren't tough. We were soft as hell. And we got tired of being soft as hell and pushed around, and then built a team that was gonna be tough, right? We were the Showtime Lakers without the talent. You know what I'm saying? In the 80s, like we just getting pushed around. Cartwright was always hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like every time the team going to run, Cartwright grabbing the back of his leg, and you're like, oh God, dog it. Or you see Bernard King take a bad shot and try to chase down the rebound and fall to the ground and grab his knee. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so yeah, man, it was ridiculous, bro.
Yeah.
I got time for you to ask me one hard question before I go. You got a hard question?
Okay.
I know you want to ask when James Dolan cleans house, who is going to be the new team president of the New York Knicks?
No, that's not what I wanted to ask, but that's a very good question.
Right? Do you want to? The chat wants to know who fixes this mess, because we was a mess before.
I'm surprised you have somebody in mind.
I have a lot of people in mind.
Do tell, Uncle Freezy. Do tell.
All right. So Jerry West is too old, right? That would be my first choice. If Jerry West is about what, 83, 84, something like that.
If that, I don't know what.
So
he's definitely there.
Yeah. Remember, he was in his late 20s in the early 70s, so he's old.
Yeah, he's
right.
old.
I would say go get the cat from Oklahoma City. He's still young.
I like him.
Right? He's still young. Rebuild slowly. I'm in a rush to get a championship, right? But if you go get the kid from Oklahoma City, I keep forgetting his name.
Man, we were saying his name all last week. Shoot. I'll say it. I get it. Okay, see. Sam Presti.
Go get Sam Presti, right? And say, hey, Sam, listen. We're going to operate this team as if we're a small market team, right? I'm going to give you 3 to 4 years to trade away all this talent on the roster right now and accumulate draft picks and draft. And hope he can recreate the Nick Collinson, Reggie Jackson, Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Serge Ibaka, Steven Adams. What's the other kid? The shooting guard, Andre Robertson scenario in New York, and we're gonna be totally patient with you, right? And hope that he recreates that, and so that we can have long-term sustained winning over the course of the next decade and a half. So it'll be short-term pain like surgery for long-term growth.
Right.
Now, who would coach that team? I don't know if Johnny Bryant is the answer. I don't know if Johnny Bryant is the answer. He may be. right?
Yeah, wouldn't Johnny Bryant have looked a lot sexier though if we had Woodson as his assistant coach?
I don't know if Woodson was fit for that.
Probably not.
Yeah, you see, he left under Tibbs.
Right.
Yeah. I think Woody knew. Yeah, as soon as Johnny Bryant got named associate head coach, then Woodson left. So, and I don't think that's a coincidence, bro. You know what I'm saying? So
you might have a point.
Yeah. So Sam Presti, Johnny Bryant, trade everybody that's not named RJ Barrett. Go get guys out of the draft. Build slowly around RJ, but keep in mind there may be a season under RJ Barrett where we don't win 20 games.
Yeah, and this is what we have to look forward to right now, guys. This is why there's a reason that we are suggesting change.
Change.
Yeah, it seems like it's about time, man. I know it seems very quick, very rash, very premature after what we did last season, but sometimes if you could tell me with 100% surety that next year is going to be different and that no matter who we bring in here, the team will be in a different direction and that talent will be used and cultivated, then I'd have to say I'm not willing to necessarily throw everything away and get rid of people. But you can't tell me that. You can't, because what I'm seeing right now is showing me that next year it looks like it's going to be the same old stuff that we saw this year, unless you limit the weapons that a guy like Tibbs has at his disposal. And then if you do that, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you don't have enough on your team to kind of make up for injuries and stuff. And you need a full team, man. You can't not have players because you're afraid your coach ain't gonna play them. That's not a good look, man. Not a good look.
Right. I feel you.
Yeah, man. So yeah, that's all I really got. I think you guys kind of got a good idea. I'm sorry for the interruption and the little suspension of the service real quick. I don't know what that was really about. But thankfully we were able to keep it going and we were able to get this broadcast done. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you to everybody who joined. Diaz Baldwin, Marvin S, Prophet, aka Feet Sports, my man Uncle Freezy from the Blorange Tears Network in the building. And the guys, I know we're all in the same circles, but if there's any people that have subscribed to my channel that may not know too much about the Blorange Tears Network, it's a really good network of shows, man. Uncle Freezy he's the captain of the ship, and he runs a real good ship over there. He's got a lot of different content. He's got morning drives for you. He's got evening shows for you. He's got after party shows for you. You're talking all types of talent over there.
And vibes and stuff.
And I was just going, and he's got vibes and stuff, man. Just a place where people can just kick it. Talk about, great things of the past, good things that are happening to you currently in life. Topics range from R&B music, hip hop. It could be anything, women, relationships. It touches on everything, vibes and stuff, because it's a vibe. It's just whatever you vibing with at that time. So definitely check that out. Right now, you can catch them at 8 a.m. in the morning. It's Uncle Freezy, my man, Nicka for Life. That's Chuck, and that's Nicka for Life. Okay, just
yeah,
that's my man Chuck Allen. So definitely check out all of the Blorange Tears shows. Like, comment, and subscribe over there. And appreciate you, Uncle Freezy, for holding it down with me, man.
You got a song. You got a song that you can give me before we go. I got one for you. Miles J, Let's Start Love Over.
Miles J, Let's Start Love. I'm gonna type that in and I'm gonna listen to that as I wrap this show up.
And you may know it from the sample from the Locks. Let's Start Rap Over.
Miles J. Let's start. Oh, I got you. Let's start over. Okay. All right. I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah,
ooh wee. This dude's from the 80s.
Yeah, 80s, 90s. Yeah.
He give me that Gregory Abbott, Howard Hewitt feel.
Yeah, definitely. The crooner. He's from that crooner generation. Kashif, Freddie Jackson, Miles
Kashif,
J,
Freddie Jackson,
all of them. Luther, he's from that. Christopher Williams, kind of a little bit, but New Jack Swingy. So I might do some vibes and stuff later on, man. If you want to come through and hang out, just some chop it up where we could just get in there and just chop it up for a few minutes. I'm gonna watch part of this Duke North Carolina game. I don't think it'll be good, but we'll do that and then do some vibes and stuff later. So.
All right. I'm check with my Miss Mocha and see if everything's good.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
man, no doubt.
Yeah, man. But thank you once again for being a part of the show, man. Appreciate you. Oh, 4 hours, man. Almost 4.5 hours. It was a long haul today, man. So thank you guys out there in the chat for tuning in. Appreciate y'all. We'll catch you on the next one. This has been another jam-packed show. Like I said, sorry for whatever technical difficulties we may have had that were basically YouTube difficulties. You know what I mean? They try to silence your boy. So, but thankfully we were able to get it done and go over some people out there that look interesting in the draft. And who knows? We don't know where we're going to fall. And if we keep losing like this, who knows what type of lottery pick we may wind up with. So definitely, keep your fingers crossed. Hopefully we wind up somewhere in that top 5 or close to the top 5. And maybe we could trade up to get into the top 5. I don't know if it's worth it, but we gotta try to, I just hope this team figures out a way to acquire some good talent. If we can get a solid pick, great. And then if we can make some moves in the offseason and bring in a solid player with our limited cap space and what we got going on, that may be enough to get us through next season at least. If we're able to acquire a point guard, maybe another big man who can, clog the box as far as on defense, and then bring in somebody from the draft, that may be what this team needs, at least for next season. And then the following season, we could really work to do some changes when we have some cap flexibility. And that's all if we keeping the same team the way it is. If we're able to move some pieces, if they decide to move somebody like a Julius Randle, that frees up some money, and then they're able to probably move forward and figure out how they can use that. I don't know. We'll see. Because it's not like you're freeing up a whole bunch of money. You're just trading Randall to bring somebody back who kind of is responsible for that same type of cap hit, but at least maybe you're able to bring in somebody who fits what you're trying to do here a little better if they decide to move on. I'm not saying Julius is out of here. I'm just saying if they decide to do that. So yeah. All right, guys, appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. And you know what, before I go, let me just give a quick shout out to people in the chat. Fabian Williams, thank you. Andrew K. Pete P is in the building. That's right. RG the OG, Wilson Dang, Aaron N, Hot Dot Dorito. Okay, interesting. Sherwin M's in the building. H Money 821's in the building. Troy Flett is in the building. There's so many people that I might have missed earlier. I apologize. I was deep into this draft talk. El Servi, I think I mentioned you, but if I didn't, definitely shout out to you, bro. Foxy's in the building, or was in the building. Knicks for life, as I mentioned. Chuck Allen. Yeah. I think I covered all the other names earlier. Keyshawn was here. Hard Will was in the building. Worldwide L I saw earlier. Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in, man. Appreciate it. I wish things could have worked without a hitch. Aaron in the building worked out without a hitch, but it is what it is. Rick V, good to see you, bro. Thank you as always, man. So once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. I'll catch you on the next one, which will probably be our Monday show, our weekly recap and prediction show. Still Knicks fans, so if you haven't already, please like, comment, subscribe. We're still trying to build that number up to get to that 1,000 mark. I think right now we are probably at 635. So, we slowed down a little bit from the pace we were on because we was moving fast, but that's okay. That's okay. It takes time. So we'll keep building, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate y'all. And I'll see you on the next one. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all Saturdays too, man. Do something fun, man. I don't know how the weather is wherever you guys are, but take advantage, enjoy yourselves, do something with the family or whatever. Go see that Batman movie. I hear people raving about it. It's 3 hours. I don't know. They say it's okay. Something to check out. All right. Later, y'all.